some days and some sleepless nights. But when I look around and I think things over, all of my good days outweigh my bad days. I don't comprehend. The clouds hang low. I can hardly see the road. I ask the question, Lord. Lord, why so much pain? But He knows what's best for me. Although my weary eyes, they can't see. So I'll just say, thank you, Lord. I won't complain. But He is so good to me. He's been good to me. More than this world you could ever be. He's been so good.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you so much for tuning in to the live chat. We are here, and go ahead and shout out your state in the comments. Represent your state. We got Louisiana in the chat. Mississippi's in the chat. North Carolina is present. Present. We're gonna have a little fun, some banter, but we're going to be covering just giving a chance for us to talk about the presidential election. Excuse me for my tardiness. I had to get my son to sleep because if he would have been awake when I started this, he would have not went to sleep. He said, "Mommy, can I stay up?" No. Uh-oh, Alabama up in here in the sip. Y'all, we're going to look at a couple of different things, right? Because there's different counts depending on which TV you're watching. So we're going to lend to the AP presidential election, like when they cover it. AP News is, I feel like they're not going to withhold back some of those votes because I'm watching CNN and it's got like only probably like Kamala at like maybe 54 votes right now. What? There's no way. Okay. I was going to say there's no way that Missouri is blue. Let me go ahead and pull up those. I'm going to pull up AP news because they have more like I'm going to say it's unbiased in a sense. If you're CNN or if you're Fox News, depending on who you're going for, they definitely are going to, like Fox News got, Trump winning. CNN, I like CNN. I don't know what happened to Wolf Blitzer, though. I used to love hearing him say, breaking news, CNN predicts that such and such will be the winner of the state of Georgia. And I didn't see him on, maybe he's coming on later. All right, so here's the current count. It currently has Madam Vice President at 99 votes. And Donald Trump is at 178. We all know that they wait until some of the polls are closed before they just announce them, right? Yeah. Let me see if you guys can see that. I need to make that bigger. All right, y'all. Mississippi is just hard to turn blue in those northern and Gulf Coast counties. And you know what? After that midterm election with the governor and how some of the blue counties didn't have their mess together, Hines County, you guys didn't have enough ballots. I was like, oh my God. I know this is a joke. I just know you joking. I know you lying. Uh-oh, we got Georgia in the house. All right, Georgia. Yes, Georgia. 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 Mississippi Delta will always be red. And I think it's one of those things where like Georgia has the ability to turn blue, of course, as we know, because guess what? We have a lot of progressives and a lot of Democrats that move to the state of Georgia, especially in Atlanta, the Cobb County, all those surrounding counties outside of Atlanta. They are Democrat strongholds. Another reason why we see Florida red, of course, is because when older conservative folks retire, they go to Florida. I have a question for y'all. Do you think that this election will be called tonight? Y'all remember when they were printing ballots? They literally used like a regular printer to print off ballots. I was like, are you serious? I would have had FedEx, Kinko's, whatever open up. Look, you're gonna have to stay open. You can't close. Everybody is saying that let me do a poll on that. I think that's a good question to ask. Do you think that it'll be called tonight? So here's my thing. I don't think that Donald Trump would allow for an election to be called tonight. I'm sorry. I just don't. He was on that bull 4 years ago. Right now it says my first poll that I had was which states do you think will turn blue tonight? North Carolina has 34%, Georgia 28%, Arizona 8%, and 30% of you said all of them. I'm going to go ahead and end that, and I'm going to ask, do you think the election will be called tonight? Or I'm sorry. Donald Trump doesn't even have half of the people that he had this last go around that were actual viable politicians or, people that will say in his ear, like President Trump, or, you gotta let go. Like, he doesn't have any of those people. He got rid of them all. Got rid of them all. All of them are gone. So I'm thinking that it will not be called. I don't think so. Let's go ahead and look at some of the states that are called into contention. One of them being for sure. Or we can look at how early voting went in the United States. Everybody knows that exit voting can always be tricky because folks can lie, right? I have never seen so many Republicans say that they were going to vote for Kamala. And then when you do the exit polls, I don't see the Republican votes. I really don't. See, in the state of Georgia, it says that Donald Trump has 52.3%, where Kamala Harris has 47%. That's what 75%. Estimated 75% of the vote is in the state of Georgia. Whoa. I'm hoping that 25% is the place where they, for some reason, kept saying that there's a bomb threat. I'm hoping that that's where that is. Let me make this bigger and me smaller so we can look at this. Give me just a second, y'all. The Cobb County is a big county in Georgia, mostly Black voters. All right, let's see what's left out here. So this is Atlanta right here. Fulton County, she definitely got 72.6%. Cobb County, she got 57.3%. Douglas, 65.4%. Clayton County, she got 84.4%. Henry, where's the Cobb? Okay, here's the Cobb right there, because this right here. This has 77% of the vote in, and right now Kamala Harris is 82.1% to 16.7%. This particular DeKalb County is where they've had, I want to say, at least a dozen bomb threats, whether it was like by email or I want to say phone calls were made. It says the Cobb County voter registration and elections has received bomb threats at 7 locations, including 5 precincts across the county. So we're going to see how long it said. In addition, Cobb County election officials said 2 precincts had delayed openings Tuesday morning while equipment problems were resolved. How many hours? It didn't say how long it was delayed, but you see, we haven't had reports anywhere else. But so they have 77% of the vote in. I see the Peter Pan syndrome man is back. Oh Lord. Oh my goodness. So I'm going to drop, of course, the link in case anybody wants to sound off on the current state of the election. Oh my gosh, they're not. They are not playing. They are so mad. All right, let's go ahead and look at North Carolina, because that's another state in which North Carolina is interesting in a sense because our governor, Roy Cooper, that's our exiting governor, he's been a Democrat and he's been here. I want to say he's been a governor for 2 terms ever since I've basically been here. It's always, since I've been here, been a Democratic governor. But the House and Senate is like Republican on lock, right? So now it has Donald Trump ahead in the state of North Carolina. I'm going to look in this area. Let me see. So I want you guys to take a look at Guilford County. And the reason why I want you guys to, this is in North Carolina, the reason why Guilford County is so important is because this is where North Carolina A&T is, UNCG, Greensboro College, what else is over here? GTCC. So there are a lot of progressive colleges in this Greensboro area. I want to say North Carolina A&T had almost 6,500 early voting votes before today. And the reason why this is so important is because only 55% of the votes are in Guilford County. Right now, Kamala Harris is ahead 60% to Madam Vice President Kamala Harris is up 60% to Donald Trump's 38.9%. Also, Charlotte is another area, Raleigh area, or basically Wake County. So all of these places have a lot of students there, younger people. And so I feel like our best chance to take over and actually win North Carolina is by winning in these areas. Let me see. And in Mecklenburg County, only 14% of the votes are in. So this is really good for this is really a Democratic stronghold. Charlotte, Raleigh, Guilford County, and those are all heavily densed areas. And as you can see, most of the rural counties are all the way in. So this looks good in that sense. So we can just keep our fingers crossed on North Carolina. And if you guys want to drop in the chat another state that you would just like to look at, feel free to do so. There is an announcement that said polls have closed in many battleground states, but it's too early to call them. Let me report on this. We all know that California is obviously going to be blue. Okay. Folks that voted for the fool are people who still have lots of hate in them for anyone non-white European. Check out Alabama and Louisiana if you can. Okay, we can go ahead and check out that. There's also other elections outside of just the presidential election, there was a lot of big local elections that were taking place as well. So let's go ahead and look at Louisiana. I feel like, for me, I felt like the Democrats were like hounding people who already planned on voting. I guess, you can't really I guess you can't really decipher who is who, but if I already told you several different times that I was voting, why do you keep texting my phone? I'm talking about, I want to say I got like 3 or 4 texts a day in the last couple of days reminding me to vote and telling me, oh, you need to vote. Okay, I know I need to vote. Do you know where your voting poll is? Yes, I know where it's at. I know where it's at. Do you need to take your friend here, give them this pamphlet? And I was like, man, y'all making the block hot over here. All right, let's take a look at the state of Louisiana. Pennsylvania might be called tomorrow. That's a big ass state. What you mean it's going to be called tomorrow? Honestly, I don't like when they say things like that, because usually what ends up happening is they'll try to like call the other states and be like, okay, there's no way that you can win. Pennsylvania may be called tomorrow. Mm-mm. All right. So the state of Louisiana, Caddo County, 85.3%. East Carroll and Madison were blue. Iberville and East Baton Rouge. Woo, there must be them LSU folks. East Baton Rouge was 58.6%. Louisiana, and then Iberville was 57.4%. New Orleans. Can we talk about how there was only, let me see how many votes that is, because there's no way. Orleans, I want to know what percentage is that? Okay. So in Orleans, I guess that's Orleans Parish, right? 98%. They don't have any votes in, though. There's 0 votes in right now. It's literally 144 votes right now to Donald Trump's 3. And that's with literally no votes. It is interesting to see all the different candidates on certain ballots. So like on this particular ballot, it has Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Cornel West, Chase Oliver, Jill Stein. I do recall that they were trying to get Robert Kennedy off of some of these ballots because I want to say they thought it would affect Trump. Please don't ask me to pronounce this. Lafourche. Please don't laugh at me. I don't know how to pronounce that. Somebody in the chat tell me how to pronounce Lafourche. It's not St. John the Baptist, Lafourche. Those particular counties do not have anything. I said that, Ladarius, when I seen Orleans, I said Orleans Parish. So excuse me, not county, parishes. Okay, Lafourche Parish. Excuse me. Parishes. So parishes comes from a territorial entity in many Christian denominations constituting a division within a diocese. A parish is under the pastoral care. So I'm interested to know, where did that term parish come from? Lafourche. Okay, thank you so much. Lafourche Parish. Who is this person? And where did you come from? So which party brings the most insiders? But it's funny that the outsiders men's vote opposite. If my people don't become sophisticated soon, America will be minority majority like California. This is God saw the beginning and knows the end. He is a Texas Southern fan. God saw the beginning, but he didn't see that loss that Texas Southern took. Okay, Catholic Church. Okay, right. So that's the deeply rooted Catholic Church so that's why Louisiana has parishes. This election is going the same way as in 2020. In 3 hours, it will all change. What does that mean? That means Trump winning? I don't know what that means. Kamala Harris is winning. Who's winning? What does that mean? It's going to go the same way. I was listening to CNN, and CNN is a little biased. Not necessarily biased, but they definitely keep up with the stuff. So in Louisiana, 66.2% voted for Donald Trump. He got 8 electoral votes. Let me tell you guys the precedents behind the Electoral College. So back when the United States was forming to be a better union, there were big states and there were small states. The southern states had a lot of land, not as many American citizens, but they had slaves. They didn't want for slaves to be able to vote, but they still wanted to be able to count them. So that's where the 3/5 compromise comes in at. So they basically made each slave 3/5 of one man, and they utilized that to figure out how many, basically balancing out so that the states up north and then the people down south would be of equal proportions, so they would have the same type of representation. So the Electoral College is kind of rooted in slavery, kind of. That's why it's like, why does Louisiana only have 8? And for instance, like California should probably have more or less, depending on the amount of people that's there. Georgia might actually supposed to have more than what they had because now they have a lot more population there. And so what they did is they kept the count the same, right? So it's kind of it's rooted in racism. I would have to get like a Mr. Ford or Brother Bakari to explain it a little bit deeper, but basically I feel like it needs to be just the popular vote. One vote cast, one count. Not this electoral college where, of course we knew North Dakota. It's 3 electoral votes. South Dakota only had less than 20,000 voting, or as of reporting as of now. I did see that we lost. Let's see. Let's look at the Senate because that's equally as important. They already calling Wyoming. 2% reporting they're calling Wyoming. Let's see who else. I feel like folks knew that North Carolina was going to be blue. Donald Trump wouldn't even campaign with the guy. All right. So, in the Senate results, the Democrats lost Vermont. No, we didn't. We didn't lose Vermont. What is it saying? It says we lost one seat. So we have 36 to the GOP's 46. That's not good that we lost one seat because Kamala, as the vice president, one thing she would do is she would do the tiebreakers and stuff like that because it was basically split down the middle. And so she would be that deciding vote. Electoral College is supposed to level the playing field because America has a lot more Democrats than Republicans. Well, Fred Allen, when the Electoral College began, there wasn't a Democrat or a Republican. It wasn't like that. It was big states versus small states. So it wasn't necessarily that. It's basketball season. We own you. Can't wait for the next scrimmage. Lord have mercy. So you're just giving up on football? Raise your hand in the chat if you're still in the conversation for football. Or put some type of emoji in the chat if you're still in the running for football. We still got a couple more weeks left, but if your team's still in the running for football, because some folks just said, all right, let's head on over to basketball. I thought one of them also was, let me see what Ohio looking like. Ohio looks red as all get out. Lord have mercy. I think that we're just going to focus on. Oh, yeah, they've already called Ohio for Donald Trump. So he's won 17 electoral votes. So this literally comes down to Pennsylvania. And it's so close. It is absolutely so close. Right now, it's 50.2% to 48.9%. Lord have mercy. Right, we're still in football season. You know them Jags had to let it be known. They said top 2 and we ain't 2 in the SWAC West. Here's my I voted sticker. My son took it away from me. All right. They called Mississippi with less than 5% of the votes in. Mississippi is rigged. I don't think Mississippi is rigged. It's just the amount of white people that live in Mississippi that are conservative. It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer, right? Let me go ahead and play Miss Cheryl's message for y'all. She has a message. Miss Shirley has a message for y'all in regards to voting. I called my uncle because there's this website and it's called Did My Friend Vote? And so basically you can see whether or not your family members voted or whatnot. And I typed in mine and I saw, okay, I voted in all the years. Then I typed in my uncle's and he did not vote. He did not vote. And I called him. He did not vote. He's in Missouri, but still, you should vote. Who is this Courtney Sutherland? Who are you repping? Staying on they be staying on Jackson State jock, even in basketball. Good Lord, you keeping up with the Joneses.
Voter, shut up, because we're tired of hearing your mouth. If you don't want to make a difference, then be quiet.
Be quiet.
Sick of it. Vote! 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 Voter, shut up, because we're tired of hearing your mouth. If you don't want to make a difference, then be quiet.
Be quiet.
Sick of it. Vote! 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 Voter, shut up.
Of course, that's Miss Shirley. You know she keeps it keeps it real. I will say this. I was surprised about the lack of voting in some states where is a large proportion of African Americans there. Like, why are they not choosing to vote? Because even if you feel like the state is going to be red, there are local elections that take place all the time, and those areas where you're at central to be able to go vote. Hey, Jay.
How you gonna fix it?
How are you going to get folks to understand that these local elections matter? They're the ones that really be making all of these like local ordinances and everything. That's where it comes into play at. Hey, Jay.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes. How was your voting?
Oh, it went great. I did have a little issue because so when I got my license reinstated and renewed, they didn't transfer my voting information to my home county, so I had to vote affidavit, but everything went good.
So what does that mean? They're not going to count. When are they going to count your vote then? When are they going to
Oh
count
no,
it?
it's gonna count. It's just Mr. Seeley, he explained it on Ken's show last night, but it's just basically like if you had any issue with voting, um, then you would ask the people to they'll tell you like the vote affidavit, so it'll still count.
Mm. Hmm. At least you didn't get purged. They was in here purging folks left and right. And we're talking about people who are supposed to be able to vote, registered voters. They're being purged. Trump won by a landslide. Won what? Hey, G. All right. So I do have some news. Iowa, 58% to 41% in favor of Harris. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Nephew, tell us about this past weekend and about your channel.
Say it again.
Tell us about your channel and this past weekend.
Oh, the channel is doing good. We're still growing. I just hit 800 yesterday, 800 subscribers, so happy about that. And also homecoming. Yeah, homecoming. I enjoyed myself. I remember I told you it was really hot, but other than that, I really did enjoy myself.
Okay, make sure you drop your link in the chat. What's the correct vote count? Fox and CNN show two different electoral vote counts. Okay, so we're gonna go with AP then. I think that AP, the Associated Press, is pretty balanced. Right now, Trump is in the lead. In the lead. He has 52.4% of the vote versus 46.4%. 198 versus 99. We had to win North Carolina, which right now Trump is winning North Carolina. Kamala Harris is winning Colorado. Arizona is neck and neck. California, damn, we're not going to get any of these other results until 11 o'clock. Georgia is, Donald Trump is ahead. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump just went ahead in Pennsylvania with 45% reporting.
Well, G, I hate to break it to you, but you're gonna see the boom on there. So
I don't want to see the boom video. Just subscribe. You don't have to go there and watch it. Just subscribe. Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. That's what I'm talking about. When it says, hopefully it's like the JSU and FAMU game when we sacked the quarterback and scored 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. I know that's right. Baby, talk to me. Because right now, talk to me. Everything's red with the exception of Illinois, New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, Maryland, possibly New Hampshire. I was thinking Virginia was going to go blue. We needed Pennsylvania, Virginia. Lord. I don't know who these folks are that are saying vote Trump, but I would just like to say that I have never seen those folks before. They came here specifically to say vote Trump. The voting is over with. It's over now. All right. Okay, so Iowa's now going the other way. Now Donald Trump is ahead.
Rabbit, Timon, I'm about to go get back on the floor. I'll just listen backstage.
You just don't be wanting to watch them commercials. You're not slick. I already know what's up.
I mean that too, but still.
Just make sure you don't hit that end button and end the live.
I'm not. I know how to do it now.
All right, so we're gonna take a little hiatus on the election just for a second. Okay, we're gonna come right back to it. We're gonna go look at the SWAC stats really quick and in football real quick, just real quick. Just take a little breather until they update it again, which basically what they do is they update it every hour. I didn't see any major updates. So we can start, of course, we already know who's number one. We can start right here in the West. Just take a small hiatus real quick. Y'all got my blood pressure going up. We need Michigan, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, Nevada, and Georgia. Okay, so right now, oh wait, they're talking about, I want to watch this. They're talking about Mecklenburg County, about the state of North Carolina.
Again, doing a little bit better. Might only be a little bit, but a little bit's a big deal in a battleground state in the suburbs. Or maybe it's with black voters in Charlotte. We'll have to see how that plays out. That's the biggest county. Pam noted Wake County is your number 2. And again, here we're higher. We're at 76%. So she's at 64%. Remember, Joe Biden lost North Carolina, only by 75,000 votes, but he lost. So you're trying to figure out how do you match that up. So you come back here, and again, not a lot, right? You see the win is turnout might be up a little bit. So maybe the winner of the county gets a little bit more than that. But you see him at 393, and more importantly, at 62% of the vote. And then you come here. So she was a little behind the president in Mecklenburg County, which is the largest. So you don't want to be behind it where the most votes are. She's a little bit ahead of the president in Wake County, and we're waiting for that out. And that's one of the challenges, right? We compare her to Biden because that's the last election. Every candidate has their own coalition. Right. And so if she's doing a little worse than him with some voters, can she make it up somewhere else? Or is Donald Trump, matching his numbers and do that? If you want, you can look at it this way if you want. Let's just come out and bring this in here. Where is Harris overperforming Biden in the state? Right. So this will slide away in just a second. She's only overperforming Biden in the state in a very small number of counties, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. And so, does that mean she's going to lose North Carolina? No. It just means that she's, we have to wait to see those votes. And then you can flip the question. Right. How about Trump? Is Trump overperforming Trump in 2020? In a lot more places at the moment. Key to that is in these blue areas. In Mecklenburg County, which we just noted, that's where the most votes are in the state. In the biggest of the 100 counties, population-wise, vote count-wise, it's right there.
CNN,
and Donald Trump's
they want folks to watch it all night.
Performance at
So
the
they
moment.
haven't called
Remember how many votes are still out at the moment.
They usually call races
overperforming.
half hour.
And he's overperforming here in the Fayetteville area. If Donald Trump overperforms in the urban areas where you have an African-American population and then the close-in suburbs, then Donald Trump's in better shape now than he was then. I just want to remind people as we close this out, though, that I said he's overperforming here at the moment. We only have 18% of the vote. So let's see if it holds up. And I said he was overperforming here at the moment. We only have 21% of the vote. So let's see if it holds up.
Again, with all the caveats you just said, that this is early, we don't know. But if that were to hold, an explanation of it can come in what we've heard from both campaigns is that Donald Trump is doing a little bit better with African Americans, especially African American men, than he did last time. And that Kamala Harris is overperforming with white suburban women, which you would have in Raleigh.
Yes, so that's what we're trying. This is why I spent 15 months traveling, right? Where is she? Where's the addition? Where can you perform better? And for Donald Trump, since he's the constant, he was on 2016 and 2020. For Donald Trump, he had 2 goals. Number 1, keep your base. In 2020, Donald Trump got more votes than he did in 2016, almost everywhere, right? His base came out. Where he suffered was in the suburbs because there was higher Democratic turnout. So if you're Donald Trump, yes, you want to pick up as many black votes and Latino votes as you can, and you want to improve your standing in the suburbs. And that includes women. Donald Trump spent the Republicans are ripping their hair out the last week of the campaign every day watching Donald Trump insult women. Pick your day. It was Nancy Pelosi one day. It was the vice president of the United States every day. It was women writ large some of those days. Republican strategists were ripping their hair out because they know if Donald Trump improves his standing in the suburbs, literally by half a point, then he's the next president of the United States. And they're ripping their hair out. But as you watch through this and we go through it, we'll see how it performs out. I just want to keep checking here. 213,000 votes, but we're still here. So mathematically, you do it this way. The big question is, are there enough votes out there for the candidate who's losing to catch up?
A lot of blue.
The answer is yes, there are enough votes out there for the candidate who's losing, the vice president, to catch up. That doesn't mean she will. It just comes down to, as we get more votes in those places where I said Trump was overperforming, if he continues to overperform, especially in Mecklenburg County, that's good math.
Charlotte, y'all.
We have a ways to go in county. And that's just North Carolina. Let's go down to the biggest surprise. That was very tight. The Democrats have every election cycle, they say, why can't we get North Carolina? But this was the big surprise when it flipped. Again, here, can we just do this for a second real quick? Let's go back up. Sorry, my bad. You got to come out of this and come back here. Remember that 204,000.
204,000.
Let's go back to 2020, okay. Right? Let's go back to 2020. Okay, I just want to show you where we were. Let's go back to the beginning. This is 9 o'clock on election night.
Okay.
244,000. So we're at 10 o'clock now. We're at 10:15. Right? So Donald Trump was ahead by 244,000 votes in 2020. The next day, or midnight, as we turned, we're 2 hours away from that, an hour and 45, he was ahead by even more. He was ahead by 372,000 votes when Tuesday turned to Wednesday in 2020, right? And then at noon the next day, it was down to 101,000 votes because they were counting the mail-in ballots. And then it flipped to the vice president. On Friday, Joe Biden flipped to him.
Friday.
And then on Saturday, when the election was called, it was at 7,200. And then in the end, when they were done with the count, it was the infamous 11,779. So Donald Trump has the same lead now, roughly, 10 or 20,000 votes than he
Y'all,
had
please,
in
y'all are
2020.
scaring
That does
me.
not mean Kamala Harris is going to win Georgia. It just means that she can. It just means that she can. It means that there's still math out there to do it, and we've lived through this before. 2024 will not be identical to 2020. States will count most votes faster. It's unlikely we're going to wait till Saturday. I say that with some hope as we go through this.
But look at all the
you
blue.
See, yeah,
look
right.
at all those big
right.
blue bubbles.
The question is, with Donald Trump 204,000 votes ahead, it's a healthy lead, right? Especially in a state settled by 11,000 last time. So you look at that number and you say, oh, wow, Republicans, Donald Trump's going to win Georgia. Hang on. 81%. 20% of the vote is a lot of the vote, especially when what you're looking for, the votes that are outstanding, larger the circle if you're just joining us, the more live outstanding votes, the color of the circle, the way the votes inside those circles are coming in. So, Jake, you can look at this and you could say, you'd rather be Donald Trump and you'd be ahead, but there's plenty of opportunity for the vice president to make up that ground in Battleground, Georgia, Jake.
All right, John, and we have some projections for you now. In the state of Colorado, as expected, will go Democratic with its 10 electoral votes. CNN can also project that Donald Trump will be the winner of Mississippi. As expected,
That's
Mississippi
old
and
news.
its 6
All right, let me
electoral
turn
votes
this
go
shit
to the
off.
Republican. Let's bring in the electoral map right now.
Excuse my language. Excuse my language. Y'all, you want to know why people, okay, so if you guys think that folks are suffering now because of Biden, that's not how that works. You're suffering because of what policies, tariffs, and different things that were implemented by Donald Trump. That stuff doesn't happen right away. Good Lord. Yes, let me play that because folks are really.
How you gonna fix it? You done messed me up the jobless visit. I done called the police because I'm doing a refund. A refund is due unto me. Don't feel like I just been abused out here today. God is blessed.
Man. Like, are we just going to forget about COVID? Lord have mercy. Oh, them white folks was not playing. All right now. You know what's funny though? All those older folks, they're going to be complaining when their insulin's not $35. They're going to be complaining when Donald Trump tries to undo Social Security. Y'all keep playing with it if you want to. This is not. And what happened with Texas? I want to see what they're talking about. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't.
Race for Joe Biden. So if you're seeing, even if Harris wins it, if it's closer, does that tell you you have a more competitive environment elsewhere? Or does it tell you Donald Trump's doing well in one state? Sometimes there's that. It has a Republican governor since the last presidential election. So you have to be careful about these things. So let's just see what's still out there. This margin's going to change. I mean, there's some Republican votes down here, but there's plenty of opportunity for that tie.
This is Virginia.
Slight Harris lead to turn into something else. It's the surprise of the night so far. In terms of how close it is, but it just flipped blue. So let's come back in 20 minutes ago and see how we're doing. This is the most interesting one. Mr. Tapper's home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, just flipped red. Remember earlier I was saying the 3 blue wall states had stayed blue throughout the night. We're not nowhere near the end. We are nowhere near the end. We're at 51% right there. But you see that. So here we go. Battleground, Pennsylvania. Again, one of these.
Yeah, but he just jumped up. He wasn't. She was leading
Yes.
there. John, I'm sorry to interrupt. We have an update on the outstanding vote in Georgia. If you want to bring Georgia and Gwinnett County, Victor Blackwell's at the Gwinnett County Election Center in the Atlanta suburb of Lawrenceville. Victor, what are you hearing about the vote count there?
Well, Jake, I have the supervisor of elections for Gwinnett County with me now, Zach Manifold. Thank you for a few minutes here. We've been told that there is a large tranche of votes that's soon going to be reported. How many and how soon?
Yeah, we're just working with the state to go over it. We have uploaded it to the state. So they're just going through it, and it should be up here in a few minutes. So, yeah, about 320,000 advance and in person and absentee by mail. They're coming.
Okay, so
320,000 votes.
And when you say minutes, we're talking 5-10 minutes?
I don't know. It's with the state. So
320,000?
They'll review it, and then they'll tell us when to
David.
push those results.
And can you simplify
what did you do,
in
David?
the adjudication process
320,000
held up these
votes.
votes for hours?
Yeah, it was just the images loading slow. I'm not sure what caused that to happen. It usually isn't that slow. It was just literally kind of excruciatingly slow. But like I said, we got it resolved and, moving forward and getting out those results.
This is also a problem that happened in 2020, though, was it not?
I don't know. I was not here in 2020, so I'm not sure. I know they had issues similar, but I'm not sure.
Stop
So
playing with
this
us,
has now been resolved. We
Georgia.
should not expect this to be a problem with adjudicating
What is
ballots
Gwinnett
moving forward.
County?
No, you shouldn't see
What
this
part
with
of
the election day.
Atlanta-
And we actually do have all
outside of
156
Atlanta, what is that?
precincts, the locations, their memory cards are in the office now. So we've got everybody back. They're actually going to start running those memory cards now.
So after those 323, it should move pretty quickly.
Yeah. We're expecting it to pick up.
All right, Zach Manifold, supervisor of elections here in Gwinnett County. I'll send it back to you, Jake.
Thanks, Victor. Let's get more on Georgia from Sarah Murray, who's at the Fulton County Elections Hub outside Atlanta. Sarah, what are you hearing about the outstanding votes there?
Well, Jake, for all the flack that Fulton County gets for how it runs its elections, things have been going very smoothly and very steadily here tonight. They've had these memory cards coming in. They're uploading the day of election vote, and they're hoping in Fulton County to be able to upload all of their day of voting by 11 p.m. Now, there is another large county where things are going a little bit slower, kind of like Gwinnett, DeKalb County. I spoke to them a little bit ago. They said they don't have a number of what their overall election day count was, and they're not sure how long it's going to take for them to get through it. They're just chugging through it little by little. Now, in Cobb County, another large county here in Georgia, they still had less than 1,000 absentee mail-in ballots that they had to get through, and they also had about 85,000 votes. That was their day of votes that they were turning to. They, too, are hoping to be done by 11 p.m. The last county I talked to is Clayton County. They were also working through their day of voting. They had hoped to have it done by 10 p.m. It looks like they're missing that deadline a little bit, but they were definitely saying they only had a handful of precincts left, about 13 precincts when I talked to them about a half an hour ago, that they were still trying to upload the day of voting for. So things seem to be going pretty smoothly. And behind me, you get a little bit of a sense of the process. This is where the memory cards came through. They just brought them through. They checked them in here with a police officer. They get scanned in. And then over in this glass room, we're showing you this is where these memory cards are removed. We start to see them uploaded. So that's what's happening here in Fulton County. And hopefully we'll have more for you around 11.
Sarah Murray reporting on the count. If you look around the Atlanta suburbs, as she's noted, she's in Fulton County, which is here. But this is where the big outstanding vote is. So let's just come back statewide first, just to put it into context. The Trump lead now 170,000 votes. It was over 200,000 not that long ago. So it has come down some as more votes come in. So let's just walk through what we just heard real quickly. Fulton County, you're at 84%, but this is the #1 population center, largest population center of the state, also a hugely Democratic area of the state. That's where we're waiting for votes. Also Gwinnett County, #2 in terms of the population, plus the other counties right around Atlanta. Any path to a Democratic victory, Jake, has to come there. So when we get more of those votes, we'll be able to at least get closer to being able to answer the question, is that lead that Donald Trump has safe, or are there enough votes out there for the vice president not only to catch up, but to pass?
All right, John, thanks so much. We have another projection. CNN can project that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio. Ohio, as expected, will go to Donald Trump. Ohio with its 17 electoral votes. What does that mean for the electoral count map? Donald Trump has 195 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. John King?
Well, Jake, as we watch more of the map fill in, and this is welcome to election night, we're now at 1020 in the east, and we're moving across, and you see votes as far west as Montana and New Mexico and Arizona starting to come into the map. We haven't touched this one all night. Let's take a quick look out there in Arizona. I haven't said Maricopa County on an election night, and it's 1024. That's an outrage. You see right here the Arizona stat coming in. It's very close. Right there. We're about half.
As long as
That's
they
50% of the vote. So that's pretty fascinating that Arizona's getting that vote in so fast. Let's get back there in a minute. Let's move more to the east in some of the battlegrounds that we know are absolutely key to the path to 270. And an interesting development. Again, it's early. We're still counting votes, but Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, half an hour ago, were all still blue.
For a second.
Now Wisconsin has flipped to red. Only.
So I feel like out of all out of when you're like watching it on TV, they make it to where it's definitely cliffhanger. Like, oh my God, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Like they definitely make it like that. They do. They make it cliffhanger ready. Like she's trailing. That's the T. Like you guys would rather bring a felony, a convicted felon who was convicted of sexually assaulting a woman, or no, of taking bribery money and then of fixing the votes, trying to fix votes. Like, what are we doing here? That's why, like when folks talk about convicted felons after they voted for Trump, it really wasn't about him being anybody being a felon, right? I didn't know that you could be a convicted felon and still run for president. I didn't know that. I will say this. I want to say South Carolina State alumnus James Clyburn wins the U.S. House District 6 in South Carolina. So that's good. Hey, Brother Bakari.
Hey, what's up? How you doing? How you doing in the
Your
chat?
mic sound good tonight.
Yeah, I don't know what was wrong the other night. EA and somebody else in the chat say I'm lying when I say black men voting for Trump. Well, they can say what they want. I work with dudes that coming to work with Trump hats on. I voted early, but I'm out working today. You see black men. It was black men standing out there with their "Make America Great Again" shirt and hat on. And either they vote for Trump or they ain't voting. All you have to do when you watch social media, you can hear the black men crapping on Kamala. And I have no idea why they want to act like they don't hear these things and see these things. And it won't change. I'm not saying no black women, but it's mostly black men. It's been black men.
They said that Trump got 20% of black vote from men, black men. 20% of black men in Georgia voted for Trump.
All you have to do is it's been black men on live all over social media calling Kamala bitch, pardon my French, B and an H. I know it started with a W, but the W is silent. And I have known if it's professional football players or former like Levy, been walking around with shirts on, Trump over the Tramp. And I have no idea why black men don't want to accept that. Then they sit and listen to drunk Joe Brown and the stuff that he has said, in these crazy people that call themselves FBA and ADOS. They are either voting for Trump or they have been able to convince people not to vote. And I don't understand how black people can accept this type of respect. Means something to accept this type of disrespect when someone can clearly grab a mic and call for the hurt of black people, and you can still find black people out here propagating his narrative. So, for me, I just told folks, any black person that's out here propagating anything for Trump, I just realized they ain't no brother, they ain't no sister. They're a damn fool. And I'm being honest. I can't deal with those type of people. I'm just being honest with you. I can't. it's crazy to me.
Well, I will say this, that you wouldn't be able to blame the black men because there's more suburban white women in America than there is black men. At the end of the day, in order for Harris to win, some suburban white women were going to have to go against what their husband said and go in those booths and vote. I think when it's all said and done, I definitely think she's going to do better than Hillary Clinton.
Well, if she don't win, it don't matter. I'm being honest, and I'm gonna be honest, I hate Donald Trump with a passion.
Oh,
I really do. There's only one thing in the world I hate more than Donald Trump. Only one thing in the world I hate more than Donald Trump.
because folks was definitely mad at me with Hillary Clinton. They were mad. I didn't vote for Hillary. I voted. I did not vote for Hillary. I didn't vote for Trump. But I'll say this. The way that she handled herself against Barack Obama, utilizing those racist tropes, I could not vote for Hillary. Like, she was doing the same things that the Republicans were doing in terms of trying to put that fear in people during the primaries. And I didn't like that at all. I didn't like it.
Yeah.
So I did not vote for her. But at the end of the day, you can't blame black people, because when you see the numbers, even if it does say 20%, you're probably going to have you're going to have way more black men percentage wise voting for Kamala than you are other ethnicities. Hello?
I got you. I understand that. But I'm okay, so this is my point, right? Black people, we 13-14% of the population. It's like 50 million black
We're
people in the
not
whole
still
country.
13%. Please don't fool for that. We're probably about 16% now.
It's about 50 million people. I don't know if we
It's
16%,
about 16%. We're not still holding
but
at 13.
see, this is my thing, right? It got an Ed put in the chat say we fall for this every election cycle. Well, actually, I don't know who fall for it every election cycle. I'm literally talking about somebody who was up there voting, calling for the death of, calling for the hurt and for black people to be harmed with the lies they started about the Haitian people. With him talking about Detroit, Philly, Chicago, Atlanta, places with high black populations. He talking about when he become president, how he basically want to do a purge. He just want to give them 24 hours of a rough night. And so I do see a problem with black people. Any black person that's willing to ignore somebody who want to have that much power, who can publicly say he want to do something to you, and we can figure out a way to make it be okay. I'm not doing the same thing every election cycle. I hate Trump. I'm gonna say, I don't want to say what I hate more than Trump on your thing, because I don't want you to have no problem.
Ones that called in, you can come back up here and speak your mind. This is an open platform. Somebody else had came up here, but they didn't start talking. But you guys can speak your mind. We're an open platform. I will say this. Some of the red flags that stick out to me for Donald Trump is we're going to get rid of the Department of Education. He wants to do away with lowering the cost on prescription drugs. He wants it to be a free market. He wants to get rid of what they call Obamacare, but which is the ACA, which means he wants to get rid of the ability for people who have pre-existing conditions to get insurance. So there's a lot of different things that he wants that is harmful. I'm not gonna blame black men though. At the end of the day, you're right. We're only, even if you say we're 13 or 14%, if 100% of the 13 and 14% voted for Madam Vice President, you still have to get the white vote. You still have to.
Yeah. Yeah.
You still have to,
Look,
and it's gonna have to come from the suburban women whose husbands are Republicans. You have to vote. I will say this: I felt like it was a disservice for some of the campaign ads. Like, I'll make it so that we can have recreational marijuana, or I didn't feel like Harris needed to care like coax or kind of like woo black men into voting for her, because the stakes for Donald Trump, who's made it abundantly clear that he does not necessarily fancy black men or black people, I didn't think that she needed to earn that, because Donald Trump has been he was found guilty of basically refusing to rent to minorities, black people, back with his dad back in the day. He'll say anything to get where he's at. So I didn't think that she needed to do that. I didn't like that. Which, she's not necessarily she has advisors and people that figure out how a campaign should be ran, but I didn't necessarily feel like that was necessary.
you know what? And I hear a lot of people say that, and and my thing is, I won't disagree, but shit, that is something black people ask for. In all
Recreational
honesty,
marijuana, no. The
a whole
majority
look,
of
I'm gonna tell you, a whole lot of black people ask for recreational marijuana. You ever heard of Dr. Carl Hart?
no.
Oh, look up Dr. Carl Hart. He's tenured at Columbia University. He wrote a book talking about. He done wrote a book. He's a black guy. Go look how many people supported him talking about recreational marijuana. He done wrote a
Okay,
book talking
so
about.
I could appreciate if she, instead of saying, I'll let you guys smoke marijuana, they should have been formulating, we're going to have programs, and you're going to have to title the programs for low income, because you can no longer necessarily use race. We're going to have programs for low income people so that they can get certification to do to sell marijuana, like not sell marijuana, but have the there's certain like certifications that you have to have, classes that you have to have, permits that you have to have in order to make it an economic build. Like, just saying, hey, we're going to make it so that you can smoke marijuana, that was just ridiculous. Then
But a lot
saying
of states been fighting
we're
for
going
that.
to decriminalize marijuana. It's already decriminalized for the most part. So it's kind of like you're just toying with us, because if we went through Obama, Biden, excuse me, sorry, we had Biden for 4 years, Obama for 8. That's a total of 12 years, right? 12 years we've had you a Democrat, and you guys couldn't pass these things for recreational marijuana. And I think
Like I said, it didn't.
making recreational marijuana legal does no favors to the black men who, not saying that they should be selling it, but that's going to affect their ability to sell marijuana, right?
it-
Unless you're giving avenues for those same people who might have been selling it to be able to legally sell it. Usually what ends up happening is non-minorities are the ones that are able to benefit off of that, because they go take the classes, they go get the permits, they get certified, and they're able to profit off of selling marijuana. And it's not, so now you're just a buyer. And if you were a seller, you're not, who's going to go buy from you when they can just go to the dispensary? So I feel like if you were going to do something like that, empowering the same people that you're targeting to be able to make money from it, not you can go get you a 8th off, right around the corner. You can get it
You,
door dashed to your house. Like,
I look, watch this. I agree with you, but there's black people that do a lot of different things, right? So then when you talk to some black people, and I'm telling you, there's a lot of black people who would tell you they want, they would tell you that's what they want. That's why it didn't bother me. See, since all of us is just not one way, you're gonna find out, man, they need to make weed, they need to make weed legal. That's a whole lot of black people, not just black men. That's a whole lot of black people that that want legal marijuana. Now watch this. I want folks to understand this, right? I'm not blaming black people Kamala lose. I'm saying Trump shouldn't have gotten not one black vote. That's
Right.
how I feel.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about. Shouldn't have gotten not one black vote. But see, the crazy thing is how in North Carolina, they voted for that white Democratic governor, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they ain't voting for they're not voting for Kamala. Like you say, they're gonna need the white vote.
Well,
Uh
our
th-
North Carolina has been like that though. Like North Carolina always had elects. Well, I'm not going to say always. I'm going to say Roy Cooper was the Democratic governor who I feel would have been a better ticket mate, but because of the lieutenant governor Mark Robinson, he couldn't. I felt like he was a better candidate for the ticket. Um but um he's been the governor for 2 terms. And then you had Mark Robinson, and he was just like literally like the worst. That's the worst choice that North Carolina could have put forth to be governor. I don't even know what that was about. I guess they were doing one of their experiments similar to the senator in Georgia, where you place a black person as a Republican to try to see if you can gain the sympathy votes. I don't know. But he
yeah,
lost bad.
but see, but see, this is what this shows me. This can take me back to I had a debate. We had debates on channels for about a month straight over HBCUs, right?
Mm-hmm.
This show you how this country feel about black people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And for the black people, I hear talking about they're not going to vote, or they going to vote for Trump, or they going to vote for Jill Stein or Cornel West, right? Those type of black
Mm-hmm.
people was the black people I was debating, talking about everything that's wrong with the black community is the HBCU. Going to the white school is better for them. That's and that was a real debate, and it's still out there. But you can look and see. So those type of black people is the type of black people that would be okay with this. And this country don't want shit. They really don't want no black colleges. They don't want black people. This shows you. See, when somebody in the chat just said no reparations, no vote. What would be reparations? You're not going to get reparations. So if you're waiting
You're
on a
not getting
reparation,
representations from either side. It's not
if
happening.
see, but this is the thing. I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you something. I know. See, that's the YouTube cult that I was talking about. FBA and ADOS, no reparations, no vote. But I can let me. I should if I had your email, I could send it to you. Trump literally used as a knock against Kamala is that she support reparations, and people that was a part of that social media cult, FBA and ADOS, still turned on Kamala when Trump said she want to give reparations and she want to use taxpayer dollars for He used that as a knock against her. And those type of people, the one I'm talking about who put that in there, didn't no Chinese get no reparations. You can't show me where no 50 million Chinese people got reparations. See, they just talk because I'm
They didn't
telling.
get reparations, but they did get loans from the banks, and they were able to open up all these restaurants and corner stores and hair
So watch this.
stores
So
and
watch this, right? I'm gonna show you something. If that's a problem for black people, Chinese having corner stores and restaurants in your neighborhood, all black people. See, we want to complain and say other people didn't do something for us. All you got to do is don't go to those restaurants. I don't go. I don't shop with the Chinese. I don't shop with the Arabs. I don't shop with the East Indians. I would drive an extra 10 miles. See, we can't complain about something if we gonna still do it. Because watch this. If you go past those places while you're begging these white folks to give you something, if you go past these places and we had some type of respect for ourselves, guess what we could do? We could have these businesses in our community. So
So these
I tell
people in
folks,
the chat said that that's a form of reparations, like Biden and like Biden didn't get the farmers, the black farmers reparations.
okay, do they know why?
And like
See,
the
when
Republicans didn't block it.
thank you.
The
Took them
Republicans
took
blocked
them to
it,
court. Took
took
them to
them to
court.
court in order for the black farmers to get reparations because, and I didn't even know this was a thing. It's even a thing in Mississippi with the, I want to say with the Tyson plant and some, not Tyson, but there's I watched a show, and what happened is this black man, he was basically a chicken farmer. And what they did was they froze him out. They froze him out of them buying from him because I guess he was black. It wasn't because his prices was too high. It was basically because he was black. And they had to get reparations for that, right? It just came out recently that the Supreme Court ruled in favor of those black farmers. And now all you hear is, well, what about the other farmers? The other farmers weren't affected. It was literally black farmers that was affected based on their race.
So I'm gonna show you something, right? So when the MAGA people took them to court to sue to make sure the black farmers don't get those Chinese people who y'all go to and get y'all rat fried rice from, the them Koreans, them
rat
Koreans,
fried rice.
Yeah,
rat fried rice.
The Koreans who own the beauty supply store in y'all neighborhood. I can, cause I'm gonna tell you how I can name a lot of the people that was part of it. Cause my family have land in Mississippi. My pops, we left over like 4,000 acres, right? So we was due some of this money, right? So when they talk, so all those people who they support in their community, while they asking white folks to give them reparations, all the people they support in their community aligned with those people and sued to make sure you don't get it. But then we gonna say we don't ever look at ourselves and see what we can do for ourselves. We want someone else to do it for us. I'm not saying whether you deserve reparations or not. But my point is, what are you gonna do until you get it? Instead of just constantly scream, no reparations, no vote. We deserve reparations. But what do you do until you get the reparations? Do you have any type of plan where you say you're going to come together and you're going to create businesses? Do we have any type of plans where we say we're going to control the community? We're going to control the economy in our community. We're going to stop giving. So now while we complain about the Hispanics, because EA and Ed put in the chat, the Latinos voted for Trump. Okay, watch this. They did, but watch this. But them same Latinos that voted that we'll complain about, you're going to hire them to mow your lawn. The black people ain't mowing your lawns no more. You're hiring the Latinos to paint your house. We ain't hiring the black people to do that no more. We're hiring the Latinos to do the pressure washing. So while we look outside and talk about other people, we never look at ourselves. And I'm the type of person that I like to say, you know what? I like to take accountability for the things that I do. I take accountability for the things that I can do. There's no need for me to complain about something that people ain't even talking about giving me when there's things that we can be doing now to better our situation.
Okay. And so thank you for that, Brother Bakari. We have, am I saying it right? Is it Oren?
That's Brother Calloway.
Okay.
Oren.
Oren. All right. So we have
Can you
Oren
hear
and
me?
Uncle Willie. Yeah, I can hear you. So I'm
Hello?
gonna let Oren speak. And then I'm gonna let Uncle Willie speak. Okay.
Go ahead, Galloway.
You can go
Hey,
ahead.
everybody, relax. Just relax for a little bit. Take a
Yeah.
deep breath. You still got, what is it? About 9:30 on Central Time. You got about another 2 to 3 hours. And then what you see is, he has what, 210 Electoral College votes. If you look at the map, 4 years ago at the same time, this was the same way.
Has Georgia been
So you
called
have
yet?
to give it a little time.
Has Georgia
No,
been called yet?
Georgia's not
Okay.
been called.
Okay.
No. So
We got
you got a little time. Virginia has not been called. North Carolina has
Pennsylvania.
not been called. I'm not saying she's gonna win all these things, but we gotta relax. But the brother is saying something right. When he was talking about those stores in our communities, we are the worst people in the world.
We got 9 minutes before California comes in, and the rest of this West Coast stuff start coming in.
That's what I'm saying. You gotta relax. You gotta give it a couple of more hours. You gotta remember, the media wants to manipulate you to keep you on the edge to watch. I've turned that stuff.
That's why when they went and shot some pool tonight.
And then, because they want you to keep watching. They want your nerves to be bad.
Yeah, my nerves are bad. My nerves are real bad.
I'm not predicting who's gonna win, but I want to talk about what. Yeah, I can tell you've been. I've been cracking up laughing at you, not like in a bad way. I'm like, you got to understand how these people, the news media will sit there and manipulate your mind to make you think one thing. Then all of a sudden, just came in. This large voter dump came in. And now all of a sudden it's tied. It's too close to call. You got 7, 8 states right now that has way more votes than the states that they already called.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, they call Mississippi, they call Louisiana, they call them states with about 8 or 10% in, right? You got states with 40 to 50% in, and it's too close to call. So they do this on purpose, and it works on some people not to pay attention to that stuff, man. So
hey, Galloway, let me have the flow.
Get back to what he was saying about those. Okay.
Let me have the flow. Let me have the flow a little bit. Galloway, me and Galloway, we listened to a program in the morning we've been listening to for 20 years, Rip Daniels show. And Galloway is pretty smooth on these politics. But let me tell you, I want to put my little 2 cents in. I want to let Galloway cook. What Brother Bakari was talking about, my granddaddy, my daddy's daddy. I done said this on Doc's show, and I done said this on another program. My granddaddy and my daddy's daddy, they were sharecroppers. They owned 2,400 acres here in Jackson. And they sharecrop, they homesteaded 300 acres and they sharecropped 2,100. Jim Crow took that away from us. Jim Crow laws took that property away from us. It's nothing, I say nothing, that a conservative policy have done to help black or brown people, or let alone anybody in the United States ever. Let me tell y'all Negroes something. Y'all Negroes that sit up there and say that both parties are the same thing. See, Galloway, this is one of these programs you got to do this on. Let me tell you something. And when the Civil Rights Bill and the Voting Rights Bill were passed, those conservatives left out of the Democratic Party. They was Dixiecrats. You learn all this in Mississippi history. They was Dixiecrats. They went over to the Republican Party since 64, 65. Those are the same people that you have in the party today. So when you Negroes sit up there and say both Democratic Party put you in, that's not true. You don't even know your history. You don't even know your civics. You don't even understand the ideologies of the two parties. A liberal never enslaved anyone. Jim Crow, slavery, all these vote, all these things against vote, all that has come up from conservatives. So when you knuckleheaded fools go and say you voting the couch, you doing yourself a disservice. Now let me bag up a little bit. See, when me and Galloway was younger, we had a fear that white man was gonna come knock at our door when we turned 17, 18 years old to go down there and register for the selective service. I don't believe 65% of these, I'm talking about us, do that now because mama ain't gonna force it. My birthday will be tomorrow. When I turned 18 years old, Ronald Reagan had won the election on my birthday on the 6th. That very next day, my dad gave me the keys and told me to go down there and register to vote. I mean, go down. He didn't tell me to register for the selective service. But when you go and register for the selective service, you got to, you have an option to register to vote. Well, what people are missing is all the shit you got to take down there for selective service. You got to take a driver's license down there. You got to take a report card down there. You got to take a yearbook picture down there. You got to take. They gonna know it's you, so you're gonna be vetted. It's the same thing if you go and just register to vote, just to register to vote. You have to be vetted. And so this can't no illegal aliens come over here and register. Can't come over here and vote. So you can forget that. But if the Spanish people did vote for him, they gonna face it. Because he's really gonna try to. I'm not even worried. I think Georgia coming our way. I think Pennsylvania coming our way. I think Wisconsin coming our way. Arizona, California. That's over 100. That's over 100 electorate right there. So I'm not even worried. I'm not worried until the last vote is in. But back to this. Our people need teaching and they need understanding real bad. Real bad. It's not. People are not lying when they tell. When you hear a person say all this foul stuff out their mouth, this is coming out of this man's mouth. This man has really been convicted of 34 counts. He's really a felon. He's really a fucking con man. And let me tell you something, you Negroes. I done took notes. I done seen you. I know who you are. You can't say nothing to me. We had a famous person here in Jackson. We had a famous person here in Jackson called Charles Tisdale. He had a paper, Jackson Advocate. Well, he used to have a program to come on every Friday night, call-in program. One Friday night they had broke away. The show was supposed to be over with, and he was talking to the people on the panel. And he said, "We have Negroes around here." This has been about 20 years ago. He said, "We have Negroes around here that'll vote slavery back in. They give an opportunity." He said, "There's going to be a vote come up. And you watch how many Negroes turn coat. And this is the very vote I done lived to see." Galloway, I'm telling you the truth on that one. 20 years later, black folks, y'all need to wake y'all ass up. See, when they took civics out of school, I knew there was something. But when I really went and did some research, a lot of y'all black parents ain't even making y'all sons go down and register for selective service. Look, when you don't vote, if they really wanted to push the issue, that's against the law for you not to vote. It's your civic duty to vote. When you take your black ass to jail, the first thing they take away from you is your right to vote. Do you ever think about that? The first thing they take away from you is your right to vote, Negro.
But they had on the news that President Trump went and voted today.
Because Donald Trump is a convicted felon in New York. He lives in Florida. The governor of Florida, just like the governor of Mississippi, Texas, or wherever, can restore your voting rights.
Oh.
Okay. And also he has not been sentenced as a felon either. So what I'm getting at is yes, he's convicted. He has his sentence date. His sentence date is like after the election, But even with that, Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, actually could restore his suffrage. Tate Reeves in Mississippi, every year they do about 4 to 8 people. They restore their suffrage. So it's a game that they play. The problem is what we have, that this election focused on black men. While you had Latino men and white men, especially in Texas and some of these other in Florida, those Latino men, believe it or not, they are heavily want to be like Mr. Charlie. They will vote just like Mr. Jones, they boss. And nobody ever says a thing to them. But somehow they're trying to put this election. You're going to hear tomorrow. If Kamala Harris does lose, you're going to hear that it was black men in Pennsylvania. It was black men in Michigan. It was black men. All the 7 battleground states, they're going to blame it on black men. Which black men are the second highest group to vote against Donald Trump in 2016 and 2020, and it will be the same thing in 2024. But the media will manipulate it to blame the black man. Black women, y'all straight. Trump receives less than like 8% of the black woman vote. So that's why he never targeted black women. But they go after black men, and if you notice, like and Bedrock noticed when I called and tell them, they go to convenience stores. Those same convenience stores that man was talking about, that's where they get that they polling location for black men. These so-called barbershop conversation, I got it. Black people, we are not monolithic, meaning we all don't think the same. But what you realize is you can have 30 black men, 7 of them will say that they might vote for Trump. That just throws they whole day. Woo, this how many black men are voting from Trump. Now the other 20-some of us never get any credit or any praise because we're not vote for Trump. You take that small minority and they think that translates. Your problem is always going to be an election. Number one, white women. They vote more than anybody else in the United States. White women, suburban white women. These same people that's hollering Me Too and my body, my choice stuff, a lot of, Florida just had the ballot. That's what I was reading. It needed 60% for them to restore the abortion rights. They only had 58%. That measure fell by 2%. So Florida has now probably one of the most strictest, probably stricter than Texas. I think it's like 6 weeks now.
You can't even, and there's 6 weeks is not enough time to know anything, because you literally, your cycles every 28 days. Some girls are off. That's 4 weeks right there. And
wait a minute. Let me address this. God saw at the beginning.
Let me see if Brother Bakari wants to say something real quick, and then I'm gonna jump back to you, Uncle Willie. Brother Bakari.
Where does God saw beginning, Ken? I need to address that bullshit. Okay.
Okay, let me see if Brother Bakari wants to say something real quick, and then Uncle Willie, you can address it. Brother Bakari.
I was listening after Uncle Willie speak. I want to hear the brother. He was about to go in. I can't even think of his name right now. Oren.
Yeah, call him Galloway.
Okay,
Galloway. Call him Galloway.
Yeah, Galloway was about to go in on some of the economics that we was talking about. So after Uncle Willie say what he gonna say, I'm just listening. Then I'll go again after Galloway. But I want Uncle Willie to say what he got to say. Then we let Galloway speak. To talk about
Tamara, yeah. Keep this going on, because Galloway got a whole lot of good knowledge that you need to have, and this probably could be a part of it. He has a show also. But
I was on it yesterday.
Yeah. You need to, that'd be some good content. But let me address that fella. That fella, I hear people talk about that she's not fools. Let me tell you something. See, that's why we say that you don't know your history. In chattel slavery, fool, when they dropped those slaves off, they dropped them off all through the Caribbean. Now we were just the last ones they dropped off. All of us the same people. We are all the same people. You talking about Jamaicans don't consider themselves black. I don't know no Jamaicans don't consider themselves black. They all know that they the children of Israel. So you can go on with that bullshit. You're not talking to no amateur. Go ahead, Galloway.
All right. When I was talking about the abortion ban, they, like I said, it failed. They only had 58%. It needed 60. You have a lot of quote unquote Latino women and Latino men that are devout Catholics. So you know they don't believe in, and quote supposed don't believe in abortion. If you look at the county above Orlando, it was like a quarter of Puerto Ricans. It's made up of a quarter of Puerto Ricans, and she only won that county 51 to 48. So you mean to tell me after this man has called, basically co-signing on calling you trash, you still voted for him? They vote for these people because they vote because those are the folks they think have money that give them jobs, and they vote with their wallet. Now Donald Trump has already said once he's elected, he's doing mass deportation by executive order, the Alien Act. Meaning if you're an enemy of the United States, which and him as the president, he can't declare war on that country, but he can declare that country as an enemy of the state. I mean, of the United States. See what I'm saying? So if you from Venezuela, you came over here, you from Haiti, you came over here, any African country, you might as well get ready to pack your bags if he wins. He does not care. It's not his money that he's wasting. But when the young brother was talking about the stores in the neighborhood, this is so important to me. I keep telling people that same hood corner store that you go to that sell Lucy cigarettes, cheap 40s, that's owned by Koreans, Asians, other Asians, Indians, those people never invest back into, not only do they never invest into your community, your dimes and your quarters and dollars send their kids off to Ivy League schools. And we are the craziest ones because some people will stand on that corner and fight you if you say something to Ling Ling or you say something to Akbar or any of them folks. We are so crazy. I stopped going to those stores in 2003. It's 2024. If I see one of them stores, I turn around. You're not gonna take my dollar, call me the N-word, call black women out their name, and then sit there and say I got the cheapest beer. And we all have them stores in our neighborhoods. Don't go to them. Now, it is true. Somebody was saying that they did get reparations. A lot of these people came in and got small business loans without having any credit. The credit that we somehow, our credit is bad as soon as we get started. But the thing is, you'll be shocked of how many black-owned banks are willing to give a Korean or an Indian a loan before they give a business loan before they give it to a black person. And you can look this stuff up. It's very true. Then you also have, go back to the Catholic Church. Right now in New Orleans, the Catholic Church has brought all these people from all parts of Latin America. They have dumped them off into the middle of Orleans. Look at the central business district in New Orleans. That district right now is probably 100%. I'm gonna tell you how bad it's got. You actually have a school, K through 12, nothing but Latinos and Hispanics. So you gotta, and this is to my black men. I understand about your wallet, about your pocket. You talking to a black man who served 20 years in the military, started off as a private, retired as an E7, senior enlisted. But you cannot sacrifice your wallet for the safety of your own family. You might want to read Project 2025, because once these people get in office, there's nothing really we can be able to do. National elections are for federal judges and executive orders. This is why, and if you live in the Southeast, you go to the appeals court right there in New Orleans. That is the most conservative appeals court in the nation. And when I mean this when I say this. So if you're convicted of the same crime Donald Trump is convicted of, your case goes right there to New Orleans. If you live in Mississippi, Texas, Louisiana, I think it's Arkansas. Those people don't even look at your cases because those judges are appointed by people like Donald Trump. Another thing about the federal system, if Trump wins tonight, Clarence Thomas and Alito, within the next year or two, they gone. They stack they stack in the federal court. That's why I don't understand how people didn't vote for Biden. You know, Biden put more black women on the federal bench. It was 44 of them than every single president combined, including Obama. So how are you not voting for the man who's putting somebody on the bench that looks like you, that will actually give you a shot? The people that Trump put on the bench, they ain't giving you no shot. You know what they about to do for federal civil rights? Police about to get qualified immunity. So when you have a case like you had with the Goon Squad in Mississippi,
Unlimited qualified immunity.
Unlimited qualified immunity. When you have a case like the Goon Squad in Mississippi, when Christian Clark, the district attorney, came down there and opened up that investigation, that's no longer going to happen anymore. Breonna Taylor, that's never going to happen again. George Floyd, that's not going to happen again. I think we're so worried, but as black men, we're so worried about what money is in our pocket instead of the safety of our family. What happened to George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, that could happen to any single one of us. And it's, so what if the city give you a couple of $1 million? That's heavily taxed as it is. We gotta actually, I thought this campaign started too late.
I did too.
Most presidential campaigns take at least 3 years. Hers took what, 3 months? So I mean, and look, I'm not sitting there trying to play Debbie Downer like I think it's over with. I'm relaxing and I'm chilling. But I want folks to understand these same governors, they gonna kiss Trump's behind. So whatever Donald Trump's telling them to do, they gonna do it. So a lot of people thinking, oh, I voted for Trump. You listen, America, you're never getting another $1,200 stimulus check, and you damn sure ain't gonna get $600 a month in unemployment. That's never gonna happen again. And that's what a lot of, like the brother was saying, he was with them people that was wearing them Trump hats. A lot of them young men believe that Trump gave me a stimmy. I'm like, no. Like,
tell them about how Trump asked for 60 million. Trump asked for 60 billion.
Watch this, right?
Tell them about that, Galloway. I'm sorry, brother Carter.
When they say Trump gave them, but the sad thing is, black people will stand. I hear black men say that publicly. Like, damn, dude. So you just a stimulus check, so you won't COVID ain't coming back, right?
But that's not
what
true,
Trump
though,
did,
brother.
Trump held up.
Yeah.
Trump held up the check.
So he could put his name on it.
So he could put his name on it. Now, when you was talking about Project 2025, right? And
yes.
you hear the black Trumpster say, Donald Trump say he don't know nothing about it. People don't know why he chose J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance wrote part of Project 2025. You can look that up, right? So then when you look, then you see how when they protest during George Floyd murder, when Donald Trump asked, could he just shoot the people protesting, right? What folks don't understand, you read Project 2025, all protests will be banned. And if you do protest, it will be broken up by the military. See, because we don't like to read and we follow a narrative. And I hate to say this, but I was watching Roland Martin, and there was a brother on there debating Roland Martin. And Roland Martin told him, like, dude, you have no facts. I'm giving you facts. And the guy told Roland Martin, you know something, Roland? We ain't because he was a Trump supporter. He said, man, we ain't concerned with facts. We concerned with the narrative. The narrative is what we want. We don't care about those facts you're talking about. And the sad thing is, that's most, and I'm talking to black folk because that's who I talk to. And when I see people say, no reparation, no vote. I understand you say you deserve reparations, right? But that's absolutely crazy. No reparations, no vote. You won't vote because ain't nobody say they're gonna give you a reparation. But you'll let somebody become president who say you can't even protest You can't even protest the murder of an unarmed black person. Cops get qualified immunity. He talking about how he want to bring the military in. See, when the brother said they gonna, if Trump win, how they gonna start rounding up Haitians, right? Who's a Haitian? You say you from New Orleans, right?
Yes,
Who's a
sir.
Haitian? Who's a Haitian? Most of the most of the black people in New Orleans came from Haiti. A lot of people don't know that. Doing it, so
That's
who
why
they
they
gonna
speak
pick?
French.
They can't tell a Haitian from an African American. I can
They the
show you
same thing. They the same brother.
I can show you my grandson.
Is
My
that
grandson
true,
is Haitian. Huh?
Drew? Is that true?
We all brothers. We all brothers and sisters. We the same damn people.
Yes, majority
Around that way, Louisiana, Baton Rouge.
majority of the black people do it. After during the Louisiana Purchase, when they did the Louisiana Purchase, they bought the Haitians, some black people from the island called Haiti. That's why people in New Orleans still know voodoo. They still have a lot of their African culture. They still speak Creole.
They definitely be all up in the chat speaking that French.
Yes, because they came from it, because they came from Haiti. Most of us come from somewhere in the, because only like 300,000 came here. Then they did what they call, I guess it'll be like a trans-American slave trade, because the islands were too small. Most of us gonna have relatives somewhere like Jamaica, or Trinidad, or Haiti. Most of us gonna have people in those places, and even some in South America. So that's why I say, who they gonna pick up? Who are they gonna pick? If they picking up Haitians, oh, you kind of
We
look
need
like
a history class, Brother Bakari. We need a history class. I'm telling you, we need a history class.
You kind of look like a Haitian.
These people don't know nothing. There's a lot of people don't know nothing.
You kind of look like you from Nigeria. How can they tell?
Got to show your freedom papers. That's what it's coming down. Y'all think I'm joking?
What you're saying is the term Haitian is a code word for black, because you're not going to delineate between. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. You didn't. Timona, do this to you.
I can
I'm
repeat
tell you something,
verbatim what you said. You said, "Who is Haitian?" And then you said
and I
that.
agree.
What he's saying is, you can put a Haitian up against you.
Let me tell you, Timona, you can do this while we're on here. If you can go on, you can look up. You can look up the what is it? I can't remember what state, but a senator was giving a speech, and you know what he called the Haitians? He said during his speech, one of the MAGA senators, he said, "Yeah, we got to get the Haitian niggas." Pardon my French, because I hate that word.
Right.
But that was his exact word.
Yes.
Yes. So
you can put a Haitian one
Haitian is
right
a code word.
you
Haitian is a code word for you, Timona. It's a code word for me. It's a code word for Willie. It's a code word for the people in the chat.
He's right.
See, and when I'm saying, and I want to reiterate, I'm not blaming no black men if Kamala lose. Trump shouldn't have gotten not one black vote. This is my opinion. And should no black person who hear the rhetoric coming out of this man's mouth sit back and say, you know what? I'm going to give it a chance with him being president because I got a stimulus check.
Yep.
I was talking to a guy today, then I'm going to get off because I got to get up at 4 a.m.
Oh, man, come on.
He was talking about the money he made in trucking when Trump was in office, right? See, I drive trucks. I had to explain to him. You know why people made so much money in trucking when Trump was in office? Because when the COVID pandemic hit and people weren't working, like let's say what you would normally get $1,000 for, and they don't have enough people out here, they were literally giving people $4,000 what you would normally get $1,000 for. Now everything has come back to regular, And they tell me the economy was better. No, dude, they was desperate to move the stuff. Now more people out here working. It wasn't the fact that the economy was better.
Damn, brother Bakari. See, I was not okay.
Say that again so I can clip that. Brother Bakari, you're speaking as to folks thinking that the economy was better during the Trump era, and
Yeah,
stating that, for instance, trucking was really good during that time frame. Can you repeat that for me again?
Okay, for example, you moving a load. On a normal, let's say normally, you would get $1,000 to move this load, let's say, I'm just gonna give it up from Atlanta to Charlotte. But during the pandemic, when people weren't working, they were so desperate to move this stuff, you was getting $4,000 for that load.
yeah.
So now,
The demand.
now it's back to normal, and people talking about, I hear truckers talking about the economy is bad now. No, the economy is not, it's not bad with that. It just came back to regular because the pandemic is over and done. They're not desperate anymore.
Yeah, he took that pandemic and he flipped it into his good. And I'm telling you, man, our people just need, I don't know, man. I didn't think I would see this day. I'm 57 years old. I didn't think that I would see our people so lost like this. I didn't.
Well, I will say this. This is a comment. Black men won't be the reason Kamala loses. The illegal migrant problem and pushing weird agendas will be the reason. So they're not necessarily illegal. That's the problem. They're calling them illegal and they're not. They're rightfully here. But I have seen a lot of Democratic strongholds, especially in places like Chicago and New York. And these are blue blood Democrats. And they see that the immigrants or refugees are coming to places that they place them in areas where Black people are. They're housing them. They're giving them money. They are basically the reparations, what we call reparations, that is hard for us to get. They are giving to these people
No,
who
they
are
not.
refugees. They have grants to nonprofits. So now nonprofits are no longer focused on what we call indigenous Black Americans or low income. They're not focused on that. They have focused now on refugees because that's where the government is giving all the money. So
No. Let me tell you what a real reparation is. Real reparation is if they give us Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Alabama, Georgia, and Florida, and give us money and let us run our own damn country. That's what reparations is. Giving a nigga a few dollars for him to go out there and buy him a Cadillac and some dope is not giving reparation. And let me tell you another thing. It's our fault. Because I went to the polls this morning at 9 o'clock. When I went the first time, when Barack first ran, I went at 7 and I was number 210. I went at 9 o'clock and I was 165. We're not turning out about 60% of our vote. We're not getting off our asses and vote. When Barack ran those 2 times, the Black community, especially here in the 2nd Congressional District here in Mississippi, we turned out 74 and 75%. Anywhere in Mississippi, anywhere, if you turn out 70%, 74% of your vote, you can get anybody elected. Get off your asses and vote. Now go ahead and finish what you got to say.
I will say this. I took a class on voting trends, and for 60, 70 years, Black people vote collectively for the most part. I know people will say we have our own minds, but there's a collective voting when it comes to Black voters, and they normally do vote Democratic, and they do that even without getting anything from it. That's just how it's been. Latino voters and Asian voters do not vote at the same percentage as Black voters. They just don't.
We didn't get civil rights. We didn't get voting rights. We didn't get women's right to vote. We didn't get health care. What you mean we didn't get nothing from the Democrat? we talking politics. What you mean we didn't get nothing? That's a lie.
Okay, so
That's a lie.
The voting right. Wait. The voting rights. The voting rights isn't something that's not at the president level anyway. That's your House and your Senate.
Okay, well, let me tell you about that. It's 435 members.
Let me finish. The House and the Senate. The Voting Rights Act. There was 2 parts to the Voting Rights Act. One of the parts was a formula, and that formula was based off of basically voter suppression and whatnot. So North Carolina was one of them. Mississippi was one of them. So basically, they had to meet with the but they had to submit to the Department of Justice before they redistrict or before they gerrymander. They had to get approval from them, so as not to dilute votes, because that's what North Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, they dilute votes by moving the voter line. So for instance, in South Carolina, they're giving Clyburn, they're giving him his set of votes, right? But for a district that might have other pocket of Black voters, they'll just swoop it into his district. So now they're basically placing all of the Black votes in one district, making it harder for another Black representative to be elected in that other district. So
you know what? I don't mean to cut you off. You know why that happened in South Carolina? Because Jim Clyburn agreed to them. In Mississippi and Alabama and Louisiana, they fought against it. See, sometimes we gotta peel back the layers to stuff. Jim Clyburn, when they was doing the map breakdown of South Carolina, that man is 80 something. It's time for him to go ahead on it. And I'm not knocking people that are senior than me.
He's done. He's cooked.
He needs to come on and come on to the barn.
But not Benny Thompson. Benny Thompson making moves in Mississippi now.
No. I know. No.
I don't know about Clyburn, but Benny been making moves, boy. He's been bringing that money in, that federal money. But this is what I was going to say. The Voting Rights Act, basically what happened is they said whatever formula that you're using that says that Black people aren't getting voting or are being disenfranchised, that's an old formula, and it needs to be reworked. So
wait a minute, let me say something, Timon. Let me tell you something about that.
They struck that part down, the formula. The other piece is still there, which is that you have to check in with the Department of Justice if you don't meet the formula. The only thing that needs to be done to restore voting rights is the formula needs to be redone. That's it.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this. When the Voting Rights Act came up, when the bill come up in 64, if I'm not mistaken, you have 435 members in the House of Representatives. Only 27 voted against. Republicans voted for it. Democrats pushed that over. In the Senate, you have 100 members of the Senate because each state have two senators. Only 9 voted. Only 9 of them voted against it. Only nine Republicans. 9 people. 9 people voted. It was 9 Republicans voted against it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So they never done anything to try to. Why would you even consider a conservative? Why would it's not even a choice. That's why people. But let's talk about back to the lies that you were talking. You wasn't saying them. This is what you was reading. You're gonna negate voting rights. You're gonna negate You're going to negate civil rights. You're going to negate women's rights. You're going to negate health care. You're going to negate all of that. And if it wasn't for Democrats, Social Security, all that, education, they trying to get rid of the board of education. Go ahead and talk.
Let me say one thing right quick. Let me say it right quick before I go to bed, because I'm gonna tell you right quick. So back to Mona said something, and it made me think about this. When people talk about reparations, right? And I see people put it. Somebody that put it in the chat. I hear black people call themselves. Black people call themselves indigenous Americans. So when you watch this, when you say a Chinese person got money, Chinese people never gave up who they are. They never just tried to be strictly American. When you say Japanese got some, they never tried to be strictly American. The real indigenous Americans on the reservation, they got land, they got money. Black people have been taught to say, don't say you know African. You ain't no African American. Jesse Jackson started that in 1989, which is not true. I tell people, look this up. The first time the term African American was used, it was used by free black people in 1782. Because they say we were brought here from Africa and we're in America and we can't get back home. So we are African American. But they don't owe an American any money. That's what we don't understand. If you're going to talk about reparations, white people don't owe Americans money because they did not enslave Americans. They did not oppress Americans. They did not put Jim Crow law on them. They did all that to enslaved Africans.
I want to say this. I just seen in the chat, brother, I don't know you. It's all black. You said no George Floyd policing bill, correct? Do you know why the George Floyd policing bill failed? Donald Trump, number one, did not support it. Number two, Tim Scott, a black Republican, refused to negotiate qualified immunity. That bill died in committee because of a black Republican, a black conservative. So
Gums.
Tim Scott. So you gotta know why these bills fail. The stop, you can call it the Asian hate crime bill or whatever. See, black people, we're so forgiving. I keep trying to tell folks, we have been through so much, and some of us will sit there and turn that cheek because during the civil rights struggle, those people told you, we will take a Martin Luther King, but we can't take a Malcolm X. We ain't gonna have that one to fight back. But if I can kick this man in his face and he can get up and pray to Jesus, we can deal with him. That's what you got with Tim Scott and a lot of other black leaders in powers and position that people are afraid to talk about because we don't want to talk about our own. I don't know why not. You see how Caucasian people talk about Donald Trump? But we are so afraid to call out our own. That's why your George Floyd policing bill failed.
Look at what Willie Little said, brother Galloway. Get that man straight.
What did he say?
Little. Look at Willie Little remark.
It was LBJ and the Republican Party that helped put the civil rights voting. Let me tell you something.
Get him straight.
The civil rights bill, you got to remember, you had in the 60s, you had what? The voting bill, the civil rights bill. So you had bills in 64, 65, and 68. Out of those three bills, that last one, 68, was done after Dr. King had got killed. After they got rid of the so-called black leader, that's when they was like, okay, we've overcome. The Republicans signed on to that civil rights bill. And guess what you start having after that? Urban renewal. Those same black cities, whether it be Chicago, New Orleans, Atlanta, whatever. Okay, these people ain't got no money to go nowhere, so we gonna fix up these cities. New York was another one. All of them were big ghettos. What can we get back in return for signing these civil rights bills? We didn't own. Back then we didn't own a lot of land. Still don't own a lot of land now. So the government comes through with urban renewal, what now is called gentrification. LBJ was not as good as people think he was. What it was, he was going through a war, Vietnam. And in Vietnam, those people were saying, how can you tell us about democracy and freedom when you got black people that don't even have the same rights as white people? On an international stage, America, land of the free, home of the brave, but in the same time we fighting in Vietnam, those black service members had to come back and ride on the back of the bus. Think about that for a minute. We still had separate water fountains during Vietnam. So LBJ gets a lot of credit, but he gave up a lot. If you ever come to New Orleans and you go to the 6th Ward, that bridge that runs on Orleans and Dumaine, that was a black Wall Street there. You have black businesses all through there. So when you have places and stuff like that, man, you got to remember where it started from. I'm not saying that the civil rights and all that stuff wasn't important. Trust me, it was a lot of people got lynched and got their behind beat for them bills to be passed. But those people got something in return. We always go one step forward and 2 steps back. You got to remember. Fast forward to Barack Obama. Barack Obama gets elected twice. Guess what happened? So the Supreme Court flipped. 50 years of the Supreme Court being open-minded and level-headed. He gets out of office. Guess what happens? Now the law of the land relies on 6 conservatives and 3 liberal justices. So guarantee you right now, if we try to get a George Floyd policing bill passed, Donald Trump would never pass one. But if we did, they would take that to the police unions, the fraternal order of police. They'll take that right to the Supreme Court. And guess what will happen? No more bill. And I hate to say this, and I know a lot of people, and I understand it. We sat at home and did not vote for Hillary Clinton, and I got it. I trust me. I had to really drink me a half a pint of gin to vote for Hillary Clinton. But I knew if Donald Trump or somebody like that got in the office, they control that federal courts. We're a nation of laws. A lot of laws we don't like. But once you get a hold of that federal bench, they can do what they want to in this country. I keep trying to tell people, why you think that they try what's his name from Kentucky, the old freeze frame, the old white guy. Donald Trump has talked about that man's wife, Mitch McConnell. Donald Trump has talked about that man's wife, but with McConnell and a Federalist Society, they got together and said, hell with Donald Trump. We looking at this country when we leave here. For the next 40 years, abortion, affirmative action, whatever they want to take away, they're going to take it away. It's going to be a 6-3 vote. You got to remember what these people do. And it goes back to when Lyndon Johnson, yes, Thurgood Marshall was put on the court. That court had common sense. That court actually made Roe v. Wade the law of the land. Republicans waited 52 years. 52 years. They played a long game. We won't.
Wait. Galloway, their Grata Daniels asked, why are we talking about all this stuff that happened in the 60s? And then they wonder why they so fucking lost. But keep going.
The reason why we talk about what happened in the 60s, it goes to what's happening now. You got to understand, these people just did not come up with a Donald Trump. They have been trying to groom somebody like George Wallace, Stennis, that bastard in Mississippi. They've been trying to groom a president like him for the longest. You got to understand, these people play the long game. You need to read Lee Atwater. If you don't know who Lee Atwater was, he was he worked on Ronald Reagan's campaign. He taught him not how to say, you no longer can call him the N-word. Call him boy, call him something else, or make him feel good. They trick you into making, you gotta look. If Donald Trump wins tonight or tomorrow, it's gonna be a lot of black dudes with the MAGA hats on getting pats on the head. But guess what? We don't need you no more. You got to come back in 4 years. They've been picking out black people since the 60s. You got to remember the Sovereignty Commission in Mississippi. Some of y'all on here, your grandparents and great grandparents, aunts and uncles was on that sovereignty list. That sovereignty list now is called the Republican Party. Byron Donalds, Gomes, Clarence Thomas. They use black people to put black people against us. And once you realize that, that's how they let the what you call migrants, legal aliens, war refugees, send them in a black neighborhood. When have you ever been to a upscale suburban neighborhood and seen a corner store that was owned by Asians or owned by Latinos or owned by Hispanics or owned by any of that stuff? They've been trying to find a way to exterminate black people from owning land. Home ownership is one of the biggest things that I believe scared these people. That's why they vote like the way. And wait a minute, if black people can get their homes, that means they own something. You got to remember, just about every city in the every state in the South has done what? They've taken away what you call the projects. Now these people are renting. Rent right now in New Orleans for one bedroom.
Just a second. I'm gonna take a pause. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm gonna take just a small pause because I think that this is important, which is they're basically talking about the popular vote and everything else. So we're gonna go ahead and tune into this for a second, probably like 3 to 5 minutes, and then we'll get back to talking. It is, like you guys said, for the TV, they are a little bit behind than the AP, but I just want to listen to what they have to say because they're going in and saying who is voting where and what. And it's talking about Michigan.
They fill in. They fill in again. You say, oh, that's not a lot of votes. So you have it there, and then you have it here, and then you have it again here. You're getting 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 in all these little counties. 120 votes there. You say that's only 5% reporting. You say, oh, that's not much. It's a lot when you think you're going through a state and you have all these counties. And then the question is, so what are the Democratic margins, right? You've got 83 counties in the state of Michigan. So 56%, we're about halfway through in Kent County. It's the Grand Rapids suburbs, and she's running a little bit ahead of the president there. But Jake, the big question in Michigan is, when do those Wayne County votes come in, and what do they do to the statewide total?
All right, John. Well, CNN has a major projection. CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This is the first of 7 battleground states that we're keeping an eye on, and we are calling it for Donald Trump. What does that mean for the electoral count? Donald Trump, 27 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 153. 270 are needed to win. Let's go to Trump HQ in West Palm Beach, Florida, where we find Caitlin Collins. And Caitlin, CNN is now calling North Carolina for Donald Trump. This is the first of 7 battleground states that the campaign is watching with eagle eyes.
Yeah, Jake, remember when I told you a few hours ago that it was going to be seen as a gut check for the Trump campaign? Listen here, it's a bit of a delay, but your call is playing right now over the loudspeakers in the room, Jake. You can hear the party here, the partygoers gathered at the convention center here in West Palm Beach cheering as your call is coming on the screen. They have been glued to CNN for the last several moments, watching John King at the map, going over each of these numbers. But North Carolina is an important benchmark for the Trump campaign because they were watching it to get a gut check for how they believed the rest of the evening could go. And I can tell you that what I'm hearing from Trump campaign sources is they are increasingly confident as the night is going on. Still not certain, of course, watching those very important blue wall states and to see what they look like. And so that is going to be the big question here as they continue to keep an eye on Pennsylvania, on Michigan, on Wisconsin as this is moving forward. Jake, I will tell you that we're seeing more people from the Mar-a-Lago party come over here to the Trump headquarters where this party is going to be held. But also, some Republicans are flying into Palm Beach. We just heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson, who was
All right. So anyway, according to this actual AP election, it has Harris 205 and Donald Trump 230. So it's much, much closer. It has Harris at 54,120,539 votes.
Oh, okay.
Donald Trump,
Oh, okay. Pennsylvania, Michigan need to come through. Then the bottom, we can go home.
We're still waiting for Michigan,
Georgia,
Minnesota,
Michigan, Pennsylvania,
Georgia, Pennsylvania.
Arizona. If you look at this, if you look at this map, that's why I kept telling y'all to relax. But this is identical to what happened in 2020. But I'm glad we're having this discussion, and I hope folks. I went to school to be a political scientist after I did my time in the military. So that's why I can break down this stuff I can break down your county, your neighborhood, and your block if you want me to. But what I want to explain to my people, I know we talk crap and noise and football and sports, that's good. But when it comes to economics, the worst thing that you can do is have a conversation like this and we disagree and then come together and agree. People really hate when what they call black unity. Why you think they have destroyed Black Wall Street? Why you think they destroyed just look at the red summer of 1960. When people ask me about Dr. King, I say, you never talk about Dr. King's The Other America. I challenge you to read Dr. King's The Other America. When he talked about how these land grant colleges got money and how they was paying people not to form, gave them land, told them not to form. When you start talking economics, people get scared. The browning of America is here. But America loves to keep a poor working class. And right now, them folks from that's coming over here, that's getting what they say they taking black jobs. No, they're not taking black jobs. Those people do not want to hire a person like me. They would never hire somebody like me. They want somebody that's subservient to them. But we, as a group of people, and it's not racism. You will never see a group of Jewish people go into a black restaurant and eat. But we'll go into a black Jewish restaurant in a minute. These folks know how to keep their money. Black Wall Street, by the time a dollar left Black Wall Street, how many times it changed hands in a black community? 26 times before it went to the bank. We can't even get, and black women, I love y'all to death. I'm married to a black woman. We can't get a black woman to open up in the hood, open up a hair store. I said, what the hell y'all going over there for? Black men. Only places that we going is to a barber shop. We ain't letting Mr. Charlie cut our hair. But if Mr. Charlie got a steak that's cheaper than a Roscoe down there at that place, we going to get Mr. Charlie steak. Think about that for a minute. It's an economic game. And they found out if you destroy that community within, folks will run to get out of there. And once they get into the quote unquote suburbs, you ain't gonna have to worry about them because you think you're gonna put them back out. We got some work to do. Regardless of who wins this election, we really got some work to do. And it starts on a local level. I'm a big proponent of local politics. Mississippi, y'all got the worst state attorney general known to man. I just want to spit in her face, Lynn Fitch. I mean it. And I know that's a harsh thing to say. But this woman, for 4 years, since she's not, it's been 4 years, she prosecuted one cop. Then this woman had the nerve to go to the state Supreme Court to reverse her own verdict. She helped this man in prison. She went to the state Supreme Court. This man killed it was a black cop. He killed another black or elderly black man. I said, I've never in my life seen that. But you got to come back to what the problem is. It goes back to the dollar. America was built on what? Economics. Slavery was not about race until America made black a stigma. This country was built on cheap, free labor. Until we get that in our head and come together, just like I take so much pride and joy when I see those 20 or 30,000 people at those football games. Now, just imagine if we take those 20 or 30,000 every time it's time to vote.
The poll.
Take them to the polls. We can actually do this.
70, Galloway. Studies show. All right, look, I'm finished. 2nd congressional district. First time and the second time Barack ran. First time Barack ran, we had 76%, and we turned out 1.3 million, over 1.3 million votes in the 2nd congressional district alone. If we did 74% nationwide, we can vote anybody in, but just here in Mississippi, we could have got SB in. We could have got SB in there if we'd have just turned out fucking 72%. And we would have turned out 72%, he would have walked in. He wouldn't even been around out.
You know the strongest group, whether it's men or women in the black community, you know where it comes from? The black church. Our black churches, which a lot of people don't attend anymore, but those black churches, every single one of those members go vote. The problem that we have, a lot of people don't know if they can vote or not because they don't care. I tell people all the time, what's your voting status? A lot of people don't even know who their city council person is. Only reason why you know your mayor because he's on the TV doing something crazy most of the time. You got to get involved. You trust me. These district attorney races and judgeship races. Now, these district attorneys and judges, they want Donald Trump to win. So when you go in front of them, your cousin go in front of them, or your family member go in front of them, maximum. They need that cheap labor. And it's so sad. People talk about the black church, but I always tell them, I'll say, if I ever ran for office, I'm going to the black minister. Why do you think Donald Trump in 2016, 2020, and 2024, he's found a few black preachers? Those congregations, some of them are mega churches, some of them have 500, some of them have 5,000. They all go vote and they follow that pastor. They follow that bishop. Whoever is in charge. Lockstep, they go with them. And look, trust me, Republican strategists know this. The Democrats know it too. But see, a lot of times Democrats take our votes for granted, and I got that. But then a lot of times Democrats are pushing a lot of stuff that gets blocked by the same Republicans that's voting for Donald Trump. So listen, black people, if your HBCU funding that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden has put in there starts to get cut, it won't be because Democrats didn't do anything. It's because Donald Trump and his Republicans came back and took that money.
Yeah.
You look at Alcorn, and I know Alcorn, Jackson State, Big Rob, I got it. But you look at Alcorn, you know where their money was going for years? Their money was going to Mississippi State for decades. So you got people like Tate Reeves and all them other people. And okay, the money is earmarked for HBCUs. Oh, well, they don't need that. And nothing you can do about it because the government control that where that money go. Louisiana, they gave LSU so many millions of dollars. Thank goodness the dean said, hey, you know what? Get some of that money to Southern. And I still think, in my belief, that's how Southern got them football lights. That's a little joke, but I'm joking. That's a joke, Southern fans. Don't take that serious. But it did happen, though. They had so much money, they gave some to Southern. And that's how it's supposed to be. Spread the wealth. You got to remember, these conservatives, they already took what they call the cream of the crop of the football players. All you got to do is give them a few dollars. They go in there. But you better wake up, because between cutting funding for HBCUs, the man said on TV, on Fox News, I watched the clip 5 times, so I said, I know what I'm talking about. If a school district is teaching that America was built off slave labor, I'm going to cut their funding. That is real as it get. They're going to cut your child's funding for school, your tax dollars that you paying. They're going to cut that because they're teaching true history. They came up with CRT. I told them folks, CRT has never, ever, ever been taught in grades K through 12. Now, just about every school has a CRT ban. I'm like, how can you ban something that you ain't teaching? What they were saying was, we about to stop teaching Black history. Pretty soon, if you think your kids don't know civics now,
they gonna stop teaching history, brother.
oh yeah, you gonna know about George Washington, Martin Luther King, and Rosa Parks. That's about all you gonna get to learn about. Trust me, and they mean what they saying. Folks think, oh well, we got protections, we got this, that, and the third. No, you don't. No, you don't.
That's where integration hurt us. Integration hurt us when, okay, I was born in '66. So my mother and them, my mother and father, when they got married, they came up through integration when we first started. Well, when my mother was in high school, she had an opportunity to go to Merle, but she wanted to stay at Lanier. And she come out of Catholic school and she went to Lanier. They was all part of that. They got locked up in the doggone chicken coops down there in the civil rights movement. Benny Thompson is a cousin of mine on my mother's side. I try not to say that on this format, Galloway.
I got you.
I just let people talk, but so let me tell you something. I've been watching C-SPAN ever since I was like 14 years old, because I watched the first one when the Congress went into order, and I watched the adults say the Pledge of Allegiance, so that got me interested. From 14 now, people listen to what I'm telling you, and I watch it all the time. Even when I was over the road, 25 years that I was over the road, I still make an opportunity. That's one of my choice channels is C-SPAN. So I know the bills that comes up. I know my cousin Benny Thompson has co-sponsored or sponsored, written, drafted at least 20 bills that's in law now.
Yes.
Most congressmen, you have 435 members of Congress. And most congressmen, 90% of them never even write a bill, never even draft me, never even sponsor a bill. They just, they give an up or down vote on it. But they don't even go that far. They don't even sponsor. They can't say that. He got over 20 bills. That's law. But back to back to the point I'm trying to make. I done seen people filibuster and strike down everything. Mitch McConnell said that he was going to make Barack Obama a one-term president the night that he got elected. And they tried to knock down every fucking thing that he put up there. The only thing he could get past was the Patient Protection Affordable Care Act. That's the only thing that because he only had the majority for like a year and a half. They had to go into the House of Representatives had to go into another, as an off-year election, that midterm election that people talk about that we need to focus on.
Yes.
See, all this stuff is important. People, y'all better wake up, man. Y'all better wake up. There's some people in the chat, man. You too old to be a damn fool. If you supported Donald, I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna tell you this how I look at it. If you're a white person, you supported Donald Trump, you're racist. You're bigot. You're a racist bigot. In my opinion, it's nothing about no fucking policies, because nobody can come on here and tell me about no damn policies that that spurted growth.
Make sure that you're liking the stream, please. I don't know how many likes we have, but if you're here and you're listening, you're tuning in, whether or not you're subscribed or not, please go ahead and like the stream. We have some supporters in the channel, and they are supporting the channel. I'm like 17 likes away from 100. Just go ahead and like, and just know that you guys can share your opinions in the chat, but just be respectful, especially to Madam Vice President. Even if you don't, if you want to be a Trump supporter, that's on you. Nobody's gonna say anything to you. I mean, the panel gonna tell you about yourself, but just be respectful. We ain't finna be calling Madam Vice President out of her name.
Please don't. Please,
yeah,
well, I'm glad you stopped me, Timona, because I'm just gonna tell you, if you're a white person, I think that you're racist. But if you're a black person to support it, I'm not. You're a damn fool. You're a damn fool.
What did Harriet Tubman allegedly? Even though there's some freeway on whether or not she's actually a real person. but she
Wow.
said that a lot of you, I should have shot a lot of you. Like she would have shot a
She
lot of
would have
you.
killed all of these
There's a lot of
Negroes that
folks that want
supported
your
Donald
baby,
Trump. I
okay?
promise she would have killed you on GP. She would have killed you on sight.
Yeah, you're
Every
not
last one of
getting
y'all
no
would have got
messed up
killed,
what
would
we
have
got
got one in
going
the
on.
forehead.
I'm getting ready to take you to the back and tell you I wanna talk to you for a minute, and you wasn't coming out from that back. Okay.
No, she probably did it right on sight. She wouldn't have took them to the back. She would have killed their ass on sight. She would have
Look,
she would
But
blow
these
their
other
fucking
niggas
brains out on
just
sight.
in case you want, just in case you thinking about it. Just in case
hey,
you thinking about
hey,
it.
the swag is back. Nobody is in here bullying you, man. Don't write that comment. You'll get the stream taken down, man. If you voted for Donald Trump, that's your business, young man. I'm not really concerned about you. I'm glad I know who you are now. So if you want to sit there and say that go fight Donald Trump, that's fine. I'm glad they exposed a lot of y'all. I don't want to do any business with you. I'm not gonna shake your hand. I'm not gonna turn my back to you either. Because if I'm gonna tell you a real story. See, Bedrock know this. I teach in a prison. I teach GED classes in a prison. A Klan member told me, all these black folks that's selling out trying to be like us or hanging with us with Donald Trump, when the race war starts, we killing them first.
I've been telling them that. I've been telling them that, Galloway.
8
You
more
turn on
likes
your
to
own, you're
100.
no good to us.
8 more likes to 100 and Whitley, she shuts it down. So if she feels like you don't need to be in here, she'll get you up out of here. You don't have to worry about moderating. She knows how to run that, and she runs it.
I don't like for the folks to sit there and say, "Oh, y'all bullying me." That gets people. That gets people. They get your streams, your algorithm, all that messed up. Ain't nobody bullying you. We telling you what's real. Look what happened to the leader of the Proud Boys, the Afro Cuban or Afro Latino, whatever.
Well, they sent his ass to the upper room. Everybody else got 2 years. He got like what, 11, 12 years?
Yeah, he got 19. Yeah.
They sent his ass to the upper room.
It was a black man, 57 years of age. He hit a police officer with a bat. Everybody else got 3-4 years. They gave that joker 9. I said, you 57 out there beating on the police with a baseball bat. Now you done lost your train of thought. Now it's on into prison. See, that's another thing. You got a lot of these people in the rural areas. They're voting for Donald Trump because they loved one is in that January 6th crowd. That's good. And he said he's gonna pardon them all. That's my thing with police officers. I live by 2 police officers. One of them say he'll never support Trump. The other one got Trump yard signs. He said, how can I sit there and support a man who let my fellow brothers in blue get beat? I said, that's quiet minds want to know. 141 police officers got beat. As the results of January 6th, 5 of them committed suicide. Think about that. You got a cop right now that's waiting trial. He was telling the folks that he knew that was at January 6th to delete their text messages. Delete all your stuff. The FBI called him. So I just don't like for people to say that stuff, man. But like I told y'all, remember I told you earlier, I said, give it about 3 more hours. It's going to change. This stuff is coming down to the wire. Donald Trump he's really banking on winning, not all of Blue Wall. He's banking on winning Pennsylvania and Arizona. That is what Donald Trump wants to win. And Georgia, I don't know what's going on with that countdown now, but all I know, Fulton County is about to come through. And it's so many people down up in there. You got to remember when you count ballots, when you have small states or you have a big state with less population, it's easier to count. When you have 4 or 5 million people voted early, it ain't that hard to count. You see what I'm saying? I mean, it's harder to count because
you got like 10 million over there in Georgia.
You got about 4 or 5 million, then you got another 4 or 5 million coming up in there.
Yeah.
But, like I said, I've never seen a presidential campaign.
Into this real quick. This is Georgia.
26.4%. Donald Trump with a 118,838 vote lead over Harris with 93% of the estimated vote in. In Battleground, Arizona, Donald Trump up.
Oh, Fulton County gonna be the last one. Fulton County gonna knock their ass out.
Donald Trump with a 9,600 plus vote lead. That's
Oh my
with slightly more than
God.
half of the vote counted in
It's
Arizona.
only 52% in Arizona.
In Nevada, Donald Trump up 73% to Harris's 26.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with an almost 11,000 vote lead. But that is, again, with only 2% of the estimated vote in Nevada counted. Still a lot of votes to count in Nevada. John?
So, Jake, let's look at right now. You're looking at the big
You
map.
know-
And you're seeing all that red.
You know,
Yes,
Fulton
Virginia,
County gonna be the last vote they
Vice
get in.
President, that one's blue. I'll take a closer look in a minute at that one. But you're looking at the
Fulton
blue wall
County,
states.
Cobb
Essentially,
County.
Harris's only path is to come back in these three states right there. I can give you a conceivable possibility where she only has to come back in two of them, but she has to come back in all three of them to have a reasonable path to 270 electoral votes. And it's a problem at the moment, 168,000 votes. I'm told more votes just recently came in Philadelphia, and indeed they did. So now you're up to 76% estimate. These can change a little bit as more votes come in. But you see that, the vice president opening a healthy lead in Philadelphia, which is a building block of a Democratic win in Pennsylvania. The question is it enough? I just showed you Trump was leading. So 78%, 477,000 votes. If you go back 4 years ago, it's 81%, and it's 603,000 votes. Remember that, 81 and 603. 78 and 477. Can she move both numbers up when we get the final quarter of the vote? That's the challenge, because you need that math, forgive me, to overcome that. 168,000 votes in a state that was decided by 80,000 votes 4 years ago and 40,000 votes 4 years before that. That is a big lead in a tight state like Pennsylvania with 85% of the vote. So you're saying, is it just Philadelphia and the suburbs where there are outstanding votes? Again, if you're joining us late, the larger the circle, the more votes that are still outstanding to be counted, the color, the way the candidate who's winning in that area at the moment. And so you still do right here, Philadelphia, Delaware County, Chester County, Montgomery County. There's still some math to be done there. A little bit out there in Allegheny County, where we talked to Brian Todd early in the night. A little bit up in Erie County, which is a swing county. Tends to be very close, though. So let's come back and look at this as we come through it. Number one, there are bellwether counties in Pennsylvania. Northampton is one of them, and Trump is winning with 52% of the vote right now. This county usually picks the winner in the state. As I say that, I'll say its twin is Erie, way over here, not twin geographically. It's twin in that they voted twice for Obama, then for Trump, then for Biden. Erie and Northampton, 2 of the 25 counties that did that. At the moment, the vice president is leading in Erie County. In the last campaign, it was Vigo County, Indiana, and their streak of picking the winner went off the board. We'll see if the two split as this election goes through. But if you're looking at this map right now, 85% of the vote, it's this. That's big. If you're looking at 50,000,
See how they be trying to play
it's
with
easier
you.
to do the math. You're looking at 168,000. The math gets hard. Is it impossible? No. But the question is,
See how they try to play with you.
Chester County's at 81%. Large suburban counties where
They're showing you all.
get 20 or 30% of the votes
confusing
go
you.
out. You can do some big math.
What?
Montgomery County at 68%. As you can
They're trying
see,
to
this is a
confuse
much
people.
more populous county. So you're waiting.
They're trying to. I don't know why you got it on
The
TV.
vice president would have to.
I would have put it on
probably
MSNBC.
higher than the percentage she's getting so far. I just
You-
want to check it against
you-
President
you
Biden.
come out
It's
though.
a little below President Biden, which seems pretty consistent when you go through some of these areas across these states. Bucks
CNN
County
one,
is this
they
one here.
worse than
Yes, I'm in the
Fox.
right place. That's Montgomery. Oh, Bucks has turned red. That's why I couldn't find it, because Bucks has turned red. Only 55% of the vote in. But if this is red at the end of the night, Donald Trump's going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is the more blue collar, the more competitive of the 3 collar counties.
Look what they said,
Bucks, Delaware,
55%.
and Montgomery.
Oh,
Used to be,
Come on,
this
let's
was
still
solidly
allow vote out
Democratic,
there, man.
and the others were Republican. The education divide has flipped that one. Montgomery and Delaware are reliably blue. But look at this. Donald Trump, only 55% of the vote in. But look at that, 50 to 49. If you do it there, you go back in time.
That's a
51,
couple
48,
hundred votes.
47. So Trump was competitive here. It was a 4-point race, a little more than that 4 years ago. But again, in a close battleground state, you want to move the margins, you flip a county. So let's see if that one holds as we go. If you're in the Harris campaign, that particularly makes you nervous. And then you come out here, and again, I just want to pick them randomly. This is where Trump just runs it up. So you're saying, can she come back in the Philadelphia suburbs and in Philadelphia? Mathematically, you can make the case. Common sense wise, you start after a while to think, he's getting 75% here, he's getting 78% here. There's a little bit of vote out there, not much, not hardly anything left there. not much left there. So his vote is mostly in. Trump's vote is mostly in when you look at the map. But the question is there really enough there? And let's see where they are here. 94% in Allegheny County. So again, you're getting 59 to 39, 20-point gap. 20-point gap. So yeah, that's got to be a lot of votes to come in, and they say they're at 94%. So it's not impossible. I would say we're starting to lean into the improbable. And let's go over into Michigan. This is a state where the vice president was leading early on. Then Donald Trump took the lead. He takes the lead sometimes in these states when all these rural counties fill in. Look at them all, right? And again, you just find him, and he's at 67% here, and he's at 65% here. He's at 66% plus there. Not a lot.
Yeah, wait, what was the total?
But when you've got 83 counties,
wasn't it 50,
you're winning,
48
60 or 70 of them.
Harris
That's how it
with
works. And
75%?
he builds it up there. And then the question is, can the Democrats overcome it? With
You gotta
huge
watch CNN.
numbers where the people live.
Yeah, you don't.
One Wayne
Yeah,
County, we're still only at 16%.
you should have did
So if you're in the Harris Pay,
MSNBC
you're saying, okay, we have almost nothing, or less than 20%
or
from
C-SPAN.
Detroit, right?
Who? You
So
want
she's
me to
getting
do who?
62%. She has 88,000 votes.
You want me to
Anybody
do
Go
but,
back to
but
2020.
CNN and
Again, when
Fox.
Donald Trump won Michigan,
Anybody but
he's getting
CNN and
68,
Fox.
and he gets close to 600,000.
MSNBC.
That's sort of our test. When Wayne
MSNBC
County
is,
gives
is
us
a
more
lot
votes,
better.
do we get a huge
Yeah,
number
yeah.
like that? And is the
You know.
split, right? Donald Trump at 30%. That's Detroit and the
MSNBC.
suburbs around it. Donald Trump right now, it's only 20%.
All
It's
right.
less than 20%, 16%. So, but that if he's
You gotta watch
he's above
CNN,
30,
man.
right? Anything he's above
You know,
30.
Trump
I
trying
don't
to
watch
sue
them,
him.
man. I stopped watching
Okay.
them
So
10 years
we
ago.
can't see it all on this
Yeah.
map. We have to get more granular. But
But now that is true. Whoever put in that chat that the Republicans, they won West Virginia and Ohio. So they actually have the majority in the Senate. Here we go with the judges. I'm telling you. But they
Okay,
expected
so
it.
you said
MSNBC.
MSNBC. All right, got it. Thank you so much for the support in the chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you all for the likes. Let's go ahead and check in on
That's
Mr.
the truth.
Daniel. Mr.
Black
Daniel
women
must have
matter.
a crush
Black
on
women,
you.
black women matter. Black men matter, and veterans matter. Hey, brother. Hey, Cedric. Salute and respect to you on that one, man. I just don't. I don't know. I guess I've been around too long to know the evil that what some of these people want to do, and they will do it. I mean, this man is running to stay out of prison.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah, I mean,
I was gonna say that about 30 minutes ago.
All right, let me see. Damn. How did we lose the Senate? It says 49 Republicans and 41 Democrats.
well, you got independents that vote with Democrats.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Their lead, it'll be what 49-50. Yeah, because see, West Virginia, that bastard from West Virginia, he was another one didn't want to break the filibuster. So
Yeah.
his seat, they knew his seat was gone. And Ohio with Sherrod Brown, that was a toss-up. But hey, Ohio, if you like, the more you go up to that Midwest, it's more like it is down south. You got some people there. You got some, some Wisconsin. You go
They
outside
from here.
to, I told them folks, I said, y'all talk about the South? No.
They ass come from here. They parents come from here, Galloway.
Yeah.
I learned all that over the road. I learned a lot of stuff over the road. All of them some gonna come from the South. They go up there and then they turn their nose up.
Oh yeah.
We're not gonna hate. This is not the story for this. We trying to get these people to understand things. I'm not gonna say nothing this time.
Oh, yeah.
I can tell you some things about them people up north.
Yeah, they something serious now. I'm like, nah, bro.
I don't know why they think we slow. I guess because we talk slow.
Yeah, gotta be.
All right, so I'm just gonna go ahead and give an update. Georgia too close to call, Pennsylvania too close to call, Michigan too close to call, Wisconsin too close to call, Arizona too close to call. Oh no, it says Arizona and Nevada are too early, and then
Too early. I'm
Georgia,
about to say.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are too close. I mean, at
What?
this point, it's one of those things where it's always going to come down to those battleground states. Every year we have this problem where there's some states, and they're usually the states that determine who wins the election.
It comes down to the same 7 or 8 states. Well, 8 now because of Georgia. Well, and you got to give it, like I tell people, remember Florida used to be a swing state. As the population moved, you got these people from the Midwest that retired or about to retire, and they moved down to Florida with their conservative ideology. You got people from that northeast corner and from other parts of the South that moved into Georgia. So you started changing with more of a liberal ideology. That's why you have places like Fulton County and areas like that that help turn Georgia blue. Florida, like I say, Florida used to be a swing state, but you do have a lot of Hispanic and Latinos that vote conservative, and it's not like a 70 or 80% of them. It's about a good 40% that vote every election like that. And it's so confusing to me because I'm like, how can you vote for somebody that does not like you? But
yeah,
maybe when they start getting deported, maybe they'll do an about face. That's the only thing I can think.
It may be too late for them. Hey, like I told him, hey man, amigo, hey, amigo, don't come running over here. No, man, because it's gonna happen if he does get up in there. But the man is so unhinged. You got to understand, this just doesn't affect us. It affects the world. NATO right now is probably on pins and needles. That's the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. You have all these NATO countries, and you have Russia. Donald Trump has already said he's going to stop funding Ukraine. And for all the people that did not vote for VP Harris because you thought she was helping commit genocide over there in Gaza, Donald Trump I think he's the 6th richest man in Israel. He's funding Trump's campaign in order for, if Trump gets in office, to annex the West Bank. This is stuff that people that need to understand. So you got to understand, and if we stop funding Ukraine, Russia wants the old USSR back. So all those countries around Ukraine and all that stuff, Poland, all them people, they coming to get you. Now, is Trump gonna send American soldiers? No, he's not. He gonna act like I can talk to Vladimir. Man, Vladimir Putin runs circles around that man. Because that's where Trump money comes from. You know, Donald Trump can't get a bank loan in the United States. That's how bad that man's credit is.
Damn.
No, they didn't know that. Now there's a lot of people that know that. They don't know a lot of stuff we talk about.
He can't go to Bank of America. He can't Chase. He cannot go to any of the 5 major. His credit is that horrible. And people are like, well, he got all this and that. People put his names on buildings. So
I don't think he can go to Swiss Bank. I don't think he can go to Swiss. I don't think he can go to none of those places.
Deutsche Bank and Russia is the only people that.
Yeah.
So, like I told him, I blame Deutsche Bank for that. I'm like, man, I wouldn't have gave Donald Trump $1. But you know, you got some entertainers and all this other stuff. They tried to say Lil Wayne had supported him. I said, I don't think they know what they talk about. Lil Wayne has never voted a day in his life. So, but a picture on the internet will make folks think, like, you see what happened. What's her name? Sexy Red. She was a Trump, MAGA. Then she put on there that she voted for Harris. I said, this woman tricked everybody to the end. So, yes, Donald does play the bankruptcy game. Those loopholes. Like I tell people, you ain't got to be the smartest one in the room. You go hire the smartest people.
Wait a minute, how many bankruptcies do we have?
6.
Dre, yes, we still up. What you mean? We supposed to go to bed?
It ain't even midnight, man.
Shoot.
When it's time, yeah.
It ain't
When it's
midnight.
time for that.
I said about 1 o'clock Central Time we have a better understanding. But then again,
Well, I ain't
some of
staying
these,
up till no 1 o'clock, but
yeah,
shoot, they should be dropping some in the next 10 minutes. They need to drop something out the sky. Come on now.
and then you got to remember if Donald Trump loses, say Pennsylvania or Georgia, they're gonna call recounts. It's gonna it's gonna be a while.
That's why they taking so long.
Look at that. Latino men voted for Trump at over 50%. I believe that. I definitely believe that.
That what you just said, about 40%.
Yeah, I told you.
40%, yeah.
I believe it. I was shocked because I'm like, they don't like you, right? But hey, But see, the Latino men, they haven't faced that reality yet. See,
they
you live in
don't
Texas.
like them. What it is people some people want to try to shun themselves away and be like, oh, I'm not like them. Yeah. I'm a different type of Black person, or I'm not like them.
See, they trying to be white.
Deportation.
They trying to be white.
Go ahead and start that. Go ahead and run that out tomorrow. Biden,
you got to treat a nigga bad if you want to make it over here. You got to denounce all that. They ain't trying to be white. They trying to be white. We white Mexican.
No, it is. It's right there. It literally says it. Latinos, that's where they came out with it.
Yeah. And look, I'm telling folks what I see.
The exit polls literally show you that Trump gained significantly. All of the illegal immigrants, all of the deportation talk, he literally gained a lot of ground in the Latino area. And I think what that is they're thinking, oh, he's not talking about me. He's not talking about me.
Well, they probably don't even hear that because they be so tuned in to right-wing media, and right-wing media don't bring that out. And so they don't listen to mainstream media. They don't listen to MSNBC. They don't listen to people that's going to bring. It's not just MSNBC. It's other outlets, but that's the most fairest I think that people should listen to. But they don't listen to that. I'm serious. They listen to they stations back home or whatever, and they listen to their music, and they listen to right-wing media outlets that don't spew nothing but right-wing bullshit 24 hours. They don't know that he's saying this. When people say that on right-wing media, you lying. He didn't say that. And then they go and talk about some more bullshit. I'm just telling you that's how it is, and they don't know. They don't realize that he's talking about sending your ass back over wherever you from, back across the border. It hadn't hit them like Galloway said, it hadn't hit them yet.
You see that comment there? It says white Hispanic. I had no idea to this census, when I sat down and read my census form, there was such thing as a white Hispanic. I'm like, what? I'm like, wait a minute, what is a white Hispanic? Yeah,
that's what I'm telling you.
So
everybody that come in, see, they talk about the people that come in the south border, but you don't think about it's more people come through New York. It's people come through New York every fucking day, and there's people that come here and they visas expire.
Yep.
European people every day. More people, but they don't talk about those, do they?
Well, remember Bedrock when I told people I gave the number of how many Russians came through, how many Ukrainians came through, how many they came through these people came through the southern border wall, Chinese people and all this. You never hear about those numbers.
Oh, I didn't hear about that. I missed that show.
It was over 150,000 Ukrainians in the United States right now that's not accounted for. They don't know where they at.
What you mean you don't know where they at?
But they want
They came
now
through the
listen to
border.
what he just said. Listen to what he just said, Timona. He's not talking about through New York now.
I'm
They
talking
coming
about
through.
the
Go
southern
ahead.
border. At the southern border, it was 150,000 Ukrainians, it was 60,000 Russians, and something like 30,000 Chinese that came through, and they basically are just out there. I mean, like I told them, I'm like, unless they start talking, you don't know who they are, and then you might have to show your freedom papers to see if you're American or not. I mean, that southern border was a mess. And it was not just people from the Congo and Haiti coming over here. You had people from just about every Latin country. Then you had people from Iran. You had people from Iraq. And you had to go down there to see it. I'm like,
on the
wait.
southern border.
Yeah.
How the hell are they getting to Mexico from? Like, what are they going through?
Mexico does not have the same type of laws that we have when it comes to people flying in. And then hell, it ain't too much for some of them people to get a passport. I mean, passports in other countries, it like ours are real strict. Because if you, I forgot it, but if you got a certain type of felony, you can't even get a passport, and they're not gonna let you into a country. Mexico, they let anybody in for them.
Some of the Latinos are upset because some of them follow the process to become U.S. citizens.
Correct.
And feel disenfranchised because new immigrants are being given handouts. So they said that might have contributed to the reason why Latino voters who are eligible to vote, why they're voting for Donald Trump, because they do want the deportations, because they've worked hard to actually be in America and to be citizens.
Because I was a house nigga, and I'm good to mass. I'm better than them.
My thing is what he's saying is definitely correct. The resentment is here, but some of those same people that want those folks deported, they came over here the same way. Somebody gave them an opportunity. I don't have the answers to immigration because you go back to Ellis Island. They was letting Italians, Irish, Germans, Poles, everything over here for right, especially right after the Civil War, and nobody really said nothing. Yes, the Irish was mistreated. The Italians were called certain names, but over time, it's all forgotten. I believe a lot of those people feel about migrants. See, when you come to somewhere and you ain't got a pot to piss into the window to throw out, you'll do anything for $1. So if Mr. Jones is paying me $25, but you come up and say, I do the work for $15, Mr. Jones gonna pay you. That has a lot to do with it too. So I understand both sides of it, but you know, if Congress get off their behind and write immigration policy, that's the problem that we have. But you have millionaires who are willing to turn their head and look the other way, long as you come up in here to pick my potatoes, long as you come up in here and bring my chicken necks, and I can pay you pennies on the dollars and give you a trailer to stay in. I don't give a damn about immigration. That's the big problem. See, if Congress ever said, if Congress ever said, if you hire a quote unquote illegal migrant, I'm gonna fine you or put you in jail. That'll stop them people from coming over here. I ain't talking about the people going. The people go to jail, and the people that hire them go to jail. But when you're looking for cheap labor, and Congress has no laws written, what you think they're gonna do? It don't matter if Donald Trump is the president or not.
Wait a minute, Donald Trump he had him. Tell him about that. He had him at Mar-a-Lago. Y'all did know that, didn't you? Galloway, they don't know a lot of stuff. You got to catch them up on a lot of stuff.
It said these cats are not talking with facts. Who of them was here during the Civil War? What do you mean? I don't get that. What you say? Who? What you mean? Who of them was here during the Civil War? Me? What you asking? Man, you know I wasn't alive during the
Oh
Civil War.
no, he's talking about the immigrants that came over here. I mean, these are documented facts about the historical migration of immigrants that came to America looking for a better life, per se.
Okay.
That's why you have a lot of white people who have immigrants from, I guess, like Italians and stuff, or Polish people. A
Polish,
lot of
the
them will say
Germans.
that their family were potato farmers and they don't need to pay reparations. The reparations need to be coming from these insurance companies.
Oh yeah,
The billion
the
dollar
Lords of
insurance
London,
companies who used to insure slaves. That's
like
where that needs to come from.
the Lords of London, all them folks, man. Yeah.
The banks,
Exactly.
the banks that had stocks of slaves or stocks and bonds on slaves' heads, like the collateral. Slaves were used as collateral in the banks because it was like
definitely.
property.
We
It's like
was chattel. We was all right, Tamara. See, people don't know. I'm glad you said that about the banks. People
That's
imagine
who owes us the. That's who owes us the reparations.
imagine going to pick up a load. You're going to pick up a load of slaves, and you're gonna get as many on your ship as you can get. And you get out in the water, and your ship starts to sink, and you say, "Man, I got to throw some of this cargo." It's like you're throwing over boxes of cornflakes. You just throw them out in the water. See, that's how they done our people. You have to get down to the nitty gritty. You got to tell them how it really happened, because they don't know. Apparently, they don't know. Yeah, that's cruel, ain't it? Then they go on, and then when they, a lot of us, some people said 100 million. I said 100,000. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say 100 million. I said 100,000 got killed. I don't know how many they threw over, but they treated us like we was cargo. We wasn't even human. They didn't even treat us like human beings. They took us to places and they looked in our mouths and did all the weird ass shit. We wasn't treated as human beings. And that's what people want to go back to, is not treating them as humans.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the immigration problem can be solved on a congressional level. But when you have lobbyists that are being paid by, I can say Tyson's Farms. Tyson Farms need labor. Americans, we like to eat. We need somebody to pick wring those chicken necks. We need somebody to pick the potatoes. We need somebody to raise the cattle. These are the jobs that people don't want to do. Nobody's taking those jobs. People don't want to do those jobs.
Because they ain't paying them nothing.
They ain't paying them enough. Like I said, they'll pay a migrant. The migrant, you got to remember, some of these people come from countries where they only making $1 a week in the 21st century. They are coming over here to work. Most of them don't care about voting. They don't really care. As long as they got a place to live and get them a little bit of something to eat, and then whatever money they make, a lot of them sending it back home.
$1, 6 pesos.
They had some interviews for wherever that Haitian community is in
Springfield.
Right. And so they interviewed one of the managers, and the manager said that the Haitians are the hardest working. I wish I had 100 more.
100 more, yeah.
The other people are lazy.
Don't come to work.
They're hooked on drugs.
Yeah.
They quit. Well, mind you, this is a white community, but they're hooked on drugs. They don't want to come to work. They're lazy. And meanwhile, these Haitians are hardworking. They don't miss work.
Very
they don't complain.
Yeah.
They just do their job.
Yeah.
So, and you don't necessarily have to pay them as much, right? They're not getting ready to complain about conditions because of the conditions that they came from in their country. They're not going to complain about. So the conditions that, a regular American might say, well, that's a labor law violation. These Haitians are not going to speak up because whatever they
It's
are
paradise for them.
getting here in America is, like you said, paradise.
Yeah, I mean, you go to work, you go home, you have running water, you have electricity, and from where they come from, and we got to be honest, Haiti is ran by gangs right now, and now it's due to a lot of intervention between foreign countries. Haiti has been shunned and looked down upon ever since they won their freedom against Napoleon. And ever since then, what the United States have invaded Haiti, not invaded, took it over Haiti, I think twice. If I'm not, I know once, but I'm really saying it was twice. But you got street gangs running that country right now. The weapons are coming by boat from Florida. And I'm like, how can you smuggle all these weapons out? So I was like, I say, well, the Coast Guard, and say whatever, man, But those Haitians that come over here, that's working up in Springfield, that 20,000 there, I guarantee you, they know we ain't trying to vote. We here to work. We trying to better ourselves. And I believe what a lot of people are afraid of, people like those Haitians that's going to school that can speak 3 or 4 different languages, they're going to become naturalized citizens.
Yeah, that's what they're afraid. Yeah.
And once you become naturalized citizen, now you got that power to vote. It's going to happen. But if we keep having elections like this, because see, Donald Trump, even if he wins, he about to kick the bucket. He ain't got too much life in him left. They know that.
He probably died the night of the year.
They say CNN just gave Georgia to Trump. See what I'm saying? I don't trust that CNN for nothing in the world, man. But hey, it may have happened now. It may have happened, but I don't trust CNN. Now, everything I'm showing, everything that I'm showing, it's saying that it's still a toss up. Yeah, you gotta watch CNN.
They usually don't call it though like that. They don't call it unless it's true.
Mm-hmm.
What election that was? They tried to, they got. Oh, yeah, when Trump lost.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I guess they're trying to give him a give back. I don't think so.
Give back. AP hasn't called it though. AP is probably like out of all of them the most.
AP is the quickest. Yeah.
Out of all the people that's calling anything tonight, I would definitely go with the AP over all of them. See, CNN and Donald Trump has he had that lawsuit against them for almost like $1 billion, and they've been beefing back and forth, and so. I mean, Georgia, that's 16. That's 246. All right. What was it, 11:30?
AP ain't called it. If AP ain't called it, it ain't called. That's just how I went back. Ever since the hanging chairs, if AP hadn't called it, it ain't called.
That was a mess, man. But the Supreme Court, I keep telling folks, man, we're a nation of laws. These federal elections have consequences. It trickled down. That's the only thing about that ever worked with trickle down anything. Those federal judges, lifetime appointments, you're never gonna get rid of them. Most of them down on the bench. You got judges right now that was appointed by Ronald Reagan that's still on the bench. Think about that.
Yeah.
Reagan been out of office since '88. It's 2024. Judges are still that was appointed by him are still on the bench.
I think they should get like 20 years, maybe 15, 20 years, and be gone. Clarence Thomas been on there almost 40 years.
That's the problem, though. He ain't got much more in him, but boy, it doesn't take that much for him to say something or do something crazy. No,
I'm about to say he got. If he wins, he got the keys and the codes to the nukes. I mean,
Lord have
I'm
mercy.
speaking for if he gets back in, General Lloyd Austin, Secretary of Defense, and was it General Brown, the Joint Chief of Joint Chief of Staff? Both of them gone. Donald Trump does not like any a black person in power. That's why I don't understand why black men love him. Not all black men. I'm talking about the black men that vote for him. Why do you like a man that does not want black people nowhere around him? You notice he has not even said in the last month about black men this and that. Now he put them on stage, but just laugh at them. It said NBC called Georgia. It might be over.
What Georgia? How many Georgia got?
16. That'll put him at 246.
That ain't 270.
No.
It's over.
No, it ain't.
Yes, it is.
You still got Pennsylvania. You got that blue wall up there, and then you got Arizona and Nevada.
Let him have Georgia. That's what he wants. He want Georgia. Let him have it. That's where he gonna stop at 246. It's gonna be 270, 246. Good night. I'll talk to y'all later.
EA, trust me. I served 20 years in the military. I know you have to have a Congress. Only Congress can declare war, but still, you can actually send certain elements of the military that's quote unquote not in a official war. It can be he can send the Marines, which a branch that I was in, to protect American interests. You got to watch that stuff.
Well, I can't believe it's almost 1 o'clock and Nevada hasn't came through yet.
What I tell you? Didn't I tell you? They taking this one down. And now with the Senate, but I knew the Senate was gonna go when Joe Manchin said he wasn't gonna run again. See, West Virginia, they only voted for him because he was he's one of them old Dixiecrats, coal country. But I think he wanted to be the president, and he knew he was never gonna win it. So he's like, hell, I'm out of here. Now, I think that was Brown that lost in Ohio. One of them, that was a shocker, but I kind of figured that though. I thought Texas would put up more of a fight, but hey, ask GA, ask the comments about GA supporting for Stacey Abrams. Hey, Mr. Daniels, what do you think about Killer Mike? What he did to Stacey Abrams? That's what you really need to ask. Because Killer Mike, I'm not saying he voted for Brian Kemp, but the way he tried to handle Stacey Abrams, I just did not like that at all, man. So, man. Well, so if he get PA, but you know what though, we might end up in a scenario neither one of them get 270.
How is that possible?
Look at the count. He wins Georgia, right? So just say he won Georgia. He's at 230 right now, right? That's 16 Electoral College votes, right? And Pennsylvania has how many? PA.
Lord have mercy on my soul. I don't feel good. I'm gonna go to bed.
I'm trying to see how many it has. Okay, here we go. How many does your states have?
They said Killer Mike. In the chat, it says Killer Mike was given a Grammy for going out against Stacey Abrams.
That can I might ride with that. I'm serious. If you look how he talked to her, oh my gosh. Okay, PA has 19. Oof. Oh man. If he wins Pennsylvania and Georgia, 19 and 16, 15, 20, that's 35 electoral college votes.
That's it.
Ooh, wow. Wow. That still don't give him 270 though. That's 35. What do you got right now? Got 230. That would give him 265. And all he would have to do is win Arizona. Ooh. Yep. Now, if he don't win Arizona, then she would get, say if she win Arizona and the other blue wall states minus Pennsylvania, that wouldn't give her, see, that's what I'm saying. They wouldn't give her 270 either. So, I mean, this is going to come down. I don't know how she lost Georgia, though. Now, that might be some, but hey, like I'm waiting on the AP to call it. That's CNN. What you mean, Daniel's Crickets? You love it. Yeah. I'm about to say she got 210 now, man. I mean, it's still up in there. But you know, you got some black people that are really ignoring Trump's racist rhetoric because it does not happen to them, and it goes back to before I finish that, whoever is the next president is inheriting a good economy. Inflation is just about over. But what Trump plan is to put that 200% tariff on Chinese goods. That means that you're gonna spend at least $4,000 or more a year on products if you buy, like if you need a new refrigerator, you need a new stove. So that's where the problem gonna come through. So the inflation is going down. Interest rates are going down. The grocery prices are starting to go down. But we still have a housing crisis that's horrible in the United States, though. I mean, I feel bad for some people, man. I ain't gonna lie. Stacey Abrams didn't appeal to most of Georgia. Nah.
What? She got all those folks registered to vote.
I'm about to say, man, he's asking a question. He asked a question to somebody. That's right, Fred. That is true. The county is different. I mean, nothing's official till they sign off on it. So this is crazy, man. This is crazy, but they said it was gonna come down to this. See, if the AP start moving stuff, then okay, then you know. I think CNN is just most of them. Well, you know the person who owns CNN, he's a Trump supporter, and he donates to Trump.
No, I didn't know that.
Yes.
Well, y'all.
The nation that tariffs increase Americans' bottom line is lie. Bro, if the tariffs go up on Chinese, on imported goods, the consumer, me, who buys a stove, we pay more. That money, Yes, because the Chinese is like, okay, you put a tariff on it. Okay, it's gonna cost more for the people buying it. If it's gonna cost more for me to deal with you,
That's what happened with the first price hike.
yes. And they said it took a week to fully count PA in Arizona last time. Yeah, I don't know why these networks. I think a lot of these networks, hey, we call it, get it over with. Because my election tracker is still 210, 230. And so, but I mean, hey, man, I feel it. I really feel bad for a lot of folks that don't understand what's about to happen if he does win. I'm not saying he won. Now, yeah, I agree with you. When it comes down to it, you're going to see that black men voted Kamala Harris going to be right after black women. So I'm not saying that black men didn't vote for him, but the media went out to find those people. They went out very, very hard to find somebody a black man that said he'd vote for Trump because of his economic policies. And then you name the economic and tell them to name the economic policy. They can't tell you besides, oh, I got some extra money on my income taxes. I'm like, they just didn't take it out your check, or they took it out your check and gave it to you at the end. It's either or when it comes to income tax. So, okay, Mr. Daniels, show me a company that makes, let's go, washing machines. All the parts are made in the United States. Show me I say a washing machine. That's something we all use. Show me a product that you have that's 100% made in America right now. I know every computer I have up in here, it comes from China. It ain't that I want to go buy Chinese stuff. Americans really don't make stuff. You got to think about these companies outsource jobs to whether it's from Mexico or China. Trump is about to start a trade war. I know them folks in Ukraine are sweating right now because they what? 7 hours ahead of us. So it's 6, 7 in the morning. Man, you right, Fred. Terrorists encourage. Man, them folks. Man, please. The flags that you have said. How can a tariff help slow or stop jobs being shipped overseas? It's still cheap labor over there. You got to understand. Or C-130s. Okay, now you're talking military equipment. Do you own a C-130, sir? Come on, man. All we need is PA, Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona. Okay, you were an engineer at Lockheed Martin. Well, name the tons of products that you have in the United States made. And let's see how many of the average American. I said washing machine, microwave. The coast of Mississippi alone canceled out Hinds County and the blue vote.
The what?
The Gulf Coast. You talking about Biloxi, Gulfport? Yeah, because Gulfport is what, y'all fourth largest city? I think that's the fourth largest. Third or fourth largest. And then what's it down there? Gulfport, Bay St. Louis, Moss Point, Ocean Springs, Pascagoula, Goshen. I know you used to know all them little places down there. Daniels, you named a C-130. Who has a C-130, man? Let's say C-130.
Lord have mercy. Okay, so there should be an update at 1 o'clock, and then I'm gonna get off of here and go lick my wounds.
It ain't over. And look, it ain't over. You probably wake up in the morning and be like, nobody's still at 270. Oh, she came back and won. Now the networks are battling. Who I didn't call it. You called it. I didn't call it.
The type of people are talking about Negro's gonna learn if he wins. Like, this is gonna be a generational. It's gonna take us back 50 years.
Yes.
We're gonna be back in Jim Crow era. I hope y'all ate at y'all favorite restaurant today, because it's gonna be whites only. It's gonna be whites only pies.
Yeah, I'm about to say life.
Ain't gonna be no nigga pies. It's gonna be whites only pies. Play with it.
But like I keep telling folks, Trump is not going to be able to bully these companies like folks think he is. They thinking that Donald Trump going to get in there and go tell that farmer, you're not going to sell your eggs for $3. You're going to go back to selling your eggs for 99 cents. Them folks ain't going for that. Now the interest rate, that's the Feds. The Feds been cutting interest rate. I think they waited too long to cut interest rates. That's just my opinion. I mean, stuff was still extremely high. But man, it was too much money put out on the streets. And how are we gonna recover that money? And they was like, hey,
that money is gone.
Yeah. They was like, hey, we got to get all this back. We got to get all this back. That's $600 a month. Y'all sitting around going to get BBLs and the PPP loans. I was like, oh my God, this woman got an $80,000 PPP loan. I'm like, how you get this type of money? And it was like, it's easy. I said, oh no, I don't even want to know. No. But she took $20,000. She took $20,000 and got her body done. Oh, I said, baby, I guess that's an investment.
Well, not if she done gained all the weight back, because she's not doing no type of no type of diet and exercise.
Oh, they went and got those veneers. I said, my goodness. I was like, y'all realize it, I try to explain to some people, you realize if you don't show that you still own that business and you still have those people employed, you got to pay that money back.
Pay that money back. You getting fraud. You going to prison. You going to Fed. You doing Fed time. They are doing Fed time.
Yeah.
That was a setup. They made it so easy, and you've never had a loan or a grant or anything approved that quickly.
Exactly.
That was a setup.
I know Texas, I told them Texas saved a lot of people. A lot of people that was applying for that loan in Texas, I'd never get those guys. They were mad because they couldn't get them because they had felonies on their record. And if your felony was less than 5 years old, you wasn't eligible for it. So a lot of those people wasn't getting it. I'm like, it's probably the best for you. But some of them folks that were clean records, supposed to have this lawn service and had 5 people working for them, getting that $80,000, $100,000. I was like, my goodness, man. Or the daycares, the U-Haul businesses. It was so many fake businesses popping up. I'm like, huh? When did you get this business? Whatever. No, but slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. Man, every network is reporting different now.
Okay, well, I don't know what AP is doing. The Associated Press was doing it, was updating it really well.
But there it is. They did update Georgia. It had 246.
Yeah, 246.
Yeah, he updated him. Well, they said they were gonna win. They said they would. She wasn't doing well in Georgia. Hey, but hey, to the people, if he does win, I'm begging you, do not go out there and try to be angry like January 6th. It's not going to end well for us.
We don't do that type of stuff.
Oof.
I ain't never seen no black folks cut up like that. We
I told
go
myself,
peaceful protesting, and there's a chance you might get shot. Like black folks are not finna act up because of this. Absolutely not.
No, I told him. I said we've been down so long, so many times, when we ain't never winning no rage like that. It ain't over with just because he won Georgia. Even if he wins Pennsylvania.
I mean, it's just the places that Biden was able to, and you know what? There's gonna be some talk like, did she pick the right vice president candidate? Should she have picked someone else? Should Biden have dropped out sooner? Like, there's gonna be all kind of questions that will be asked. Like, you know,
I tell folks, I was hoping that she was to pick the governor of Pennsylvania. That's who I want. That's who I wanted her to pick. But you know, do they have Maryland red up there too? Oh no, that's Maryland's blue. Okay, I'm about to say I know she won Maryland. But this is going. I mean, especially with Arizona, man.
And then let's just have to put it in there. Misogyny and sexism is a thing. Some women don't feel like a woman can lead a country. I would never feel like they would like, are you that down bad that you'll elect a convicted felon? So then what happens with that? Does he still get sentenced? And if he gets sentenced, then what happens? Like, that's never happened before. If he is elected president, he's a convicted felon. What are they going to do about that? He's not going to be president at the time that he gets sentenced. He doesn't take office until when?
January 20th.
When is his sentencing?
His sentences should be November 11th or somewhere around that time. I think this is his first one. But see, those federal charges, his whoever those Nazis that he gonna put up as attorney general. See, people are looking and thinking, oh, Trump won. He's about to put, if he does win, he is about to put some horrible people in places as attorney general, secretary of defense. All these people warned about this stuff, but hey, like I told him, hey, I'm gonna be sitting in my house chilling. I said I ain't got time to fool with none of that stuff. But if I was Biden, I'm letting every damn body. You about to be a convicted felon? I'm letting everybody up out of there. We've been warned, but they try to warn. All I can say, the people that work with him, his own vice president, try to warn everybody. But hey, you know, it ain't over. But the big girl, she started to tune up.
It's over.
Nah.
Absolutely.
Still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 states left. And Alaska.
They're going to have to call Michigan then. Michigan's leaning red.
Now, if he gets Michigan
White
and Pennsylvania,
unqualified judges all across the country with harsh sentencing, like black. I'm not going to say.
Fred, correct. Fred, you are correct. Look at that woman down there in Florida.
Look at the Supreme Court justice. White lady. She doesn't know nothing that she's over there doing. Good Lord.
This is what they wanted.
That's what they asked for. You got it. Be careful what you wish for.
Yep. Man, I know them folks in Ukraine right now are going nuts. Like, this cannot happen. You're right.
Trump winning.
That's a get out of jail free card. You're right.
Vegas got Trump winning the rest of the states. Damn.
Man,
I mean, do you think Michelle Obama could have got elected? Shit. I just don't think they would have elected a woman, period. You tried it with Hillary. People said, hell no.
it says Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania won't be called for a few days. Well, we might be on pins and needles for the next 72 hours. Might be. What about Arizona? That's another state. Maricopa County. That's a big state with a lot of people in there.
It's over. She might as usually what they end up doing is, even though it hasn't been called, they usually concede. I don't know.
Nah, she ain't never gonna concede. I didn't think it would be called tonight though. That the Georgia, I'm not gonna say Georgia.
I didn't think Georgia was going to be finished because it wasn't finished last time. It wasn't done.
Man. Well, I'm just glad you don't hear a lot of people saying they cheated, they stole votes, they counted. I'm glad you're not hearing that.
Trump's way. Of course, he's not going to say it's cheated. It went his way. Now, Al Gore did have his election stolen, but
Oh yeah, that hanging Chad stuff, yeah. But you see what happened though after Bush took over, that damn 9/11 came, and this country ain't been right since then. I mean,
I am flabbergasted that President Trump has that many people that voted for him. My mind is blown. Like 65,715,949 votes.
Yep.
And then Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are still out.
That's that blue wall.
And that's a problem if you can't get the blue wall, right?
Yeah. A big problem. A big problem.
Leading right now, 51.4. In Michigan, 52.3%.
See,
90% of Pennsylvania reporting.
What is he winning by there?
51.3% to 47%.
Okay, they coming down to the last nook and cranny there. That's still up for grab.
That's crazy.
That's still up for grabs, though. I mean,
thank you, Mr. Walker, for the donation to the channel.
Pelicans guy, you correct. Them rural people have been upset for generations. They have been upset for generations. But the thing is, they vote for somebody like Trump and then they don't get nothing in return.
Who's calling Pennsylvania? Ain't it over if it's Pennsylvania?
That's only, remember we did the math, it'll be
266. He only needs Alaska.
Yeah.
How many votes is Alaska? Let me see. 3. He still won't have it. It'll be 269. If he gets Pennsylvania and Alaska, I mean, everything is literally like, it's not like Nevada is 50.9 to 47.5. Like there's no, I don't see her pathway to win. Sorry, I don't.
Well, if she get that blue wall, she gonna have to win all 3 of them, or 2 of the 3, and then she gonna have to win. Then she gonna have to win Nevada and Arizona.
She's behind in all of those states. Every last one of those states you just named. The blue wall, and I mean, it could be that. Again, it could be that the city that they're in.
Yeah.
Here, they're going to talk about it a little bit.
2.8% of the vote. Trump leads with more than 214,000 votes. That's with an estimated
Why
92%
didn't she
of the
pick the
vote in.
governor from Pennsylvania?
Michigan now, Donald Trump in the lead, 52.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 46%
Why
of the
didn't
vote.
she pick
Donald Trump with a more than
Pennsylvania governor?
215,000 vote lead. That's with 62% of the estimated vote in from the Wolverine state. The Badger state of Wisconsin now, Donald Trump, 51.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.2% of the vote. Donald Trump, more than 113,000 votes ahead of Harris with an estimated 86% of the vote in from Wisconsin. In Arizona now, Donald Trump in the lead there too, 49.9% of the vote. Harris with 49.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 12,000 vote lead. That's with only 52% of the estimated vote in from Arizona. Still a lot of votes to count in Arizona. Nevada now, they've really counted a lot of votes. Donald Trump, 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.6% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 33,000 vote lead. That is with 70% of the estimated vote in from Nevada. Last time we looked, it was only 2%. John King, look at that. Your buddies in
I do agree. Biden dropping out too late.
Well, last time it took a very, very long time. So if they're starting to get some in tonight, that's progress for Nevada. I just want to show this. This was a conversation you guys were having over at the panel table the other day, just on the importance of Pennsylvania. As we're at this point now, where North Carolina and Georgia have gone for Trump. You see the yellow of the states still on the map. Now we project Alaska is going to come in for the Republican. If that were to change, that would change these paths. But there is no path to 270 for the vice president that does not include the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So yes, she needs to win all blue wall states to get there. That would get her there on its own as long as she wins Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. But there's no way to get there without Pennsylvania, which is why that is absolutely critical that she win there. I just want to show you what I mean. Let's assume that she came back and won Michigan. She's trailing now. Let's assume she came back and won Wisconsin. She's trailing now. She's trailing here and she's trailing here. Even if she won them all, if Donald Trump won that, he'd be over the top. And so, if she is winning this, she can afford to lose something else along the way. But because this is why we've talked about this for weeks, and that's why both campaigns spent more money in Pennsylvania than any other state, Commonwealth by far. The 19 electoral votes, 19 versus 16, 19 versus 11, 19 versus 10. It just affects your path to 270.
All right, well, thanks for having me.
In such a profound way. So as you look at where we are now and you come back out into the latest vote count right there, Pennsylvania is paramount. That does not mean the other ones don't matter. Just winning Pennsylvania wouldn't be enough to get her there either. I'm just saying she can't win without Pennsylvania.
I'll be live tomorrow night.
Donald Trump can, but she cannot win without Pennsylvania. And so if you look here right now, where are you? That's 219,342 votes with 93% of the vote in. This is why when you heard Cedric Richmond at the Harris event said we would not hear from the vice president tonight and that she wants every vote counted. You did not hear him say, we see a viable path to victory. He did not speak those words. That doesn't mean it's not mathematical. The states have not been called. But he did not say we see a viable path to victory. He said we want all the votes to be counted.
Detroit, Wayne, all that stuff had to be counted.
Again, one of the big questions was, could Donald Trump get over 50? In most of these battleground states in 2016 to 2020, he was a 47, he was a 48, maybe he was a 49. In Pennsylvania right now,
all right, I'm out.
Is at 51.1. And again, you're looking at
see y'all later.
The state, the vice president, simply, there's a lot of states to count still. But if you want to look at one question, she cannot lose Pennsylvania. She just cannot. The math doesn't work if she does. So you're looking, yes, there are still some votes down to be counted down here. I think when we get closer to 100% in Philadelphia, that's going to settle the math once and for all. It's improbable at the moment. Let's just be honest about it, but it's not impossible. So you keep it on the board right there and you look 78% though, 78% estimated in Philadelphia. She's at 78%. Look at the 484. You come back here, 78% to 81%. 3 points in the state's largest city that is absolutely fundamental to Democratic victory, underperforming Joe Biden by 3 percentage points. And at the moment, more than 100,000 votes. We're not done with the math yet. That's it. I mean, you can find other places too. You can find, we looked through some of the blue collar counties earlier where she was underperforming Biden and Trump was moving up. We can come back and look at that again if you want. Just Trump outperforming 2020 by 3% or more. This is significant. It's happening mostly in counties he's winning anyway. But she's overperformed a little bit in Chester County down there, which, again, 8-10 years ago was a Republican county. But where is in Bucks County, which he's right at is currently flipped to red. But a lot of it's out here in places where Donald Trump already runs strong. He's running stronger. And that's critical. One of the questions coming into the campaign was, well, Donald Trump got 2016 phenomenon, more votes in 2020, but he lost. Are there really more Trump voters out there? Well, yes, apparently there are. And you see them right there, and you see them in other states as well. So there's Pennsylvania. Jake, I just want to go through these quickly to see if the math has changed. 63%. We've been stuck there for a little bit. You come down here. Again, when you're looking at 224,000 votes, Joe Biden won Michigan by 154,000 votes. Donald Trump's at 224,000 votes. And so you're looking and you're saying, where? Where? Is it possible? Well, the only place you can get that many votes is Wayne County. They're at 24%. So you see, you know, she's at 58% right there. Donald Trump at 39%. Again,
women lied.
you want the conversation that is going to start once these states are called, assuming we stay on the trajectory we are on, which the trajectory we are on, not there, not the finish line, but the trajectory we are on is an overwhelming Donald Trump victory in the Electoral College. The possibility of flipping back all three blue wall states. But even if he loses Michigan, look at that.
I would have rather you.
That's going to be a conversation in the Democratic Party. How's that happening? How is Donald Trump getting 30% in?
He didn't have enough time.
Up to 39%. How's that happen? How did he get 30%? The Democrats were already debating how did he get 30% 4 years ago. If that number holds and Donald Trump's above 35%, close to 40% in Wayne County, Michigan, the Democratic Party has a big conversation on its hand. When I started doing this a very long time ago, it was about the Reagan Democrats in Macomb County. And now it's going to be about the Trump Democrats everywhere. Including black men in Wayne County. There'll be people saying it's the Arab American vote. Young voters didn't come out. The analysis will start as soon as we're done getting someone to 270. But that's a huge problem. And you see it again here. Again, the foundation of the Democratic Party is urban America and then the close-in suburbs. That's where the math is. And that has allowed Democrats, allowed Joe Biden to withstand all of that. Donald Trump's phenomenon in rural America, where he's not only winning those counties, but the math is up. And this time again, he turned out more voters. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This is Milwaukee County, the city and the suburbs around it. But the vice president's at 66%. That looks impressive, except when you go back 4 years ago and you see the president of the United States was at 69%. And so in place after place, especially starting in the foundations, Anderson, the building blocks of the Democratic Party, which is urban America.
And they did all
she's
that
having a problem. We're not
about
done with all the vote counting yet, but she's underperforming President Biden from 4 years ago. In the close-in suburbs, you can find some exceptions to this, but in the close-in suburbs, she's doing reasonably well, reasonably close, exceeding it in some places. But Trump is doing better in urban America, a little bit better in some key suburbs in battleground states, and turning out even more voters in the red rural counties where we have seen the Trump phenomenon in 2016 and 2020. It's with us again in 2024.
May the Lord open.
John, we'll come back to you. Caitlin Collins at Trump headquarters, where we expect the former president to speak soon. Caitlin, do we know how soon he may get there and any idea on what he may say?
No, Anderson. Obviously, we're waiting to see what this is going to look like because this is so new to the Trump campaign as well. They've been watching these numbers carefully all night as John King has been going back and forth on the magic wall, but they themselves obviously were waiting to see, were there any surprises in store? They were watching closely. The gut check of North Carolina and Georgia obviously came through for them. And now we are told Donald Trump is he is making preparations to head over here to the convention center. This is where the official watch party is. And Anderson, we saw aides preparing a teleprompter on stage, heightening the lectern and the microphone to make sure it's ready. So a clear sign that we do expect to hear from him. When that happens remains to be seen. And Kristen, obviously, as we've been looking at this, Trump is famously very superstitious. He doesn't like to, start planning things too far in advance, talking too much about who he'd put in a potential cabinet, much less working on a speech, which he said today he did not have remarks prepared.
And even the people around him were hesitant to put anything down. There were some conversations about potentially drafting something either way, drafting two versions of the speeches, but they were still hesitant to even do that. And a reminder that Donald Trump finished up his rally last night at 2:30 in the morning. When they got on the plane, there were some conversations about what tonight was going to look like, but essentially everybody was like, let's wait and see, let's go and see. Now, I am told that when Donald Trump gets here, it's not clear if he's going to go to the stage right away. We know, obviously, they have called North Carolina and Georgia, which were big wins for the Trump campaign. Whether or not they're going to wait for one more of those big swing states remains to be seen. We do believe he's going to be here imminently, that he's going to leave Mar-a-Lago, head over here. We obviously know they've bussed over all of the people from Mar-a-Lago who have just arrived here. We've seen this room fill up.
Let me just make this public real quick. I will not be marching. I will not be marching. I will not be marching. In 2016, there was a black man that was sitting in his car, and a police officer approached him, and he had a traumatic brain injury, and the officer was trying to get him to, I guess, abide by whatever command he was giving it, and he ended up shooting and killing him in Charlotte. And there were protests and everything, and I was out there protesting. I promised myself I would never do that again. Like the police, the gas mask, they had the National Guard out there. They had like soldiers with basically full out gear, like they were in Iraq somewhere. They weren't right. They was wearing the riot gear and everything. There was a young man that was down there as well, and he got shot in the head with, I want to say it was like the canisters or something. He got shot in the head and he ended up dying, and they blamed like some random protester in the crowd. It was crazy. But I was just like, oh no, I won't be doing this no more. I will not be doing this anymore. Yeah. Anyway, so that's that. I want to thank everybody that tuned in tonight, because regardless of the outcome of the election, it's always good to talk to other people and have these types of conversations. We will see how it plays out. Thank everybody for coming by. I still enjoyed talking through the historical relevance of politics and how things work. Folks are talking about a 1994 crime bill like Trump's not getting ready to double down on it. But okay. And y'all are over here talking about Biden. Wasn't running for re-election. Biden wasn't running for re-election. So with that being said, y'all, and Trump said that the Ku Klux Klan in, what was it, West Virginia, are very fine people. Like, we could do this all day long. We don't have to. We don't have to do that. Everybody have a good evening, and I will see you guys. The next time that I will see you is Thursday night. And I will see you guys on Thursday night. For, I guess we're going to do Valley breakdown, or maybe we'll just do SWAC football breakdown, because we know that's belt to ass for Jackson State versus Valley this coming weekend. But there are some other matchups that are really, really important to that SWAC race, and I will be covering it on Thursday. Everybody have a blessed night.
I've had some weary days and some sleepless nights, but when I look around, and I think things over, all of my good days outweigh my I'll take love. I can hardly see the world. I ask the question, Lord. Lord, why so much pain? But He knows what's best for me. Although my weary eyes, they can't see. So I'll just say, thank you, Lord. I won't complain. But He is so good to me. He's been good to me. More than this world I could ever be. He's been so good. But He knows what's best for me. Although my weary eyes, they can't see. So I'll just say, thank you, Lord.